And hello, everyone, and welcome to One Civil Law, where we learn through the misfortunes of others. As always, I hope you enjoy this legal education content, and today is the day I earned that subscription. For today's story, we are dealing with the Idaho college murders. As you will recall, 4 students were murdered in off-campus housing, and this was about 2 months ago, and then it seemed like not much happened. But recently, the police announced that they had a suspect, and the suspect has been arrested in Pennsylvania and extradited back to Idaho, and is now in Idaho, and made their first appearance. For their initial appearance before a magistrate judge, in this case, Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall, appeared on the 29th, or appeared, who did the initial hearing, as I understand it. And so what has been released finally is the probable cause affidavit. What is our basis for believing that this person did this thing? Why do we believe that Brian Kohberger did the murders? What is our basis for believing this? Did he act alone? Did he act in concert with other people? Was it planned? Was it spur of the moment? You know, what evidence do we have that might lead us to the conclusion that this is potentially our guy on a probable cause standard, which probable cause is pretty low, on a 0 to 100% certainty, probable cause is, depending on who you ask, 30%. It's not much, but if some indication it's our guy. Okay, what is some indication it's our guy? Let's do that. All right, so finally, let's read this affidavit. So what we have is the affidavit that was finally released, and the reason it's just coming out now, by the way, is under Idaho law. It could not be released until the initial appearance, and then it had to be released. So it's just part of Idaho, a quirk of Idaho law, maybe. So here is the affidavit. As you can see, this is stamped December 29th when it was filed with the court in order to get the arrest warrant. So this information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified and acting police officer within the county of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by the Moscow Police Department in the official capacity of corporal and has been a trained and qualified police officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the FBI. So, because this is a fairly complex investigation, and Idaho and Moscow Police Department probably doesn't get a lot of quadruple homicides. Not particularly surprising they asked for some outside assistance. It's like, this is a little bit out of our depth. Could you help us out a little bit? So, okay. On November the 13th at approximately 4 p.m., the Moscow Police Department, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereinafter King Road residents, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with the quadruple murders. On our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to process the scene. The Moscow Police Department officer, Smith, one of the initial responding officers, advised that he would walk me through the scene. Smith and I entered through King Road residences through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor, where I later learned through Zaina's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room that was Zaina Kernodle's. Zaina Kernodle's, hereinafter Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased, with wounds that appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereinafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined by an autopsy report. And then there's a page redacted, which I suppose goes into the more grisly details, by the county examiner to be caused by a sharp force injury. I then followed Smith upstairs to the third floor of the not much was redacted, it looks like. It looks like only part of a sentence was redacted, but they skipped the whole page, but whatever. I then followed Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The fourth floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonclaves, here in Gonclaves' room. I later learned from a review officer Nunez's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Goncalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Duker. I found out from my interview with Jack Duker on November 13th, 2022, that he and Goncalves share the dog. Smith then pointed out a small bedroom on the east side of the third floor. This bedroom shared a wall with Madison Mogen's, hereinafter Mogen's bedroom, which situated on the southeast corner of the floor. As I entered this bathroom, I could see two females in the single bed of the room. Both Goncalves and Mogen were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a 10 leather knife sheath laying on the bedroom next to Morgan's right side. Perhaps the sheath of the murder weapon. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Edge, Eagle Globe, and anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of the knife sheath. Okay, so that's a start, right? We have the knife sheath, which might be the murder weapon, and we have some blood on the clasp of the knife sheath, which might tie potentially an owner to the knife sheath and potentially the knife and potentially the murders, right? So we got some ideas in our head. It's like, okay, some evidence is coming into the picture. Okay. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department, the Idaho State Police detectives, and the FBI. Two of the interviews included BF and DM. Both DF and DM were inside of the King residence at the time of the homicide and were roommates. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Yeah, so there were 6 people living in this house, 4 of whom died. There's going to be some questions for the other 2, I would imagine. Yeah. Based on numerous interviews conducted by the Moscow Police Department, the state police detectives, and the FBI, I have learned the following things. On the evening of November the 12th, 2022, and this is fine, by the way, hearsay, by the way, just in case you care, right? Just in case you care, hearsay is a rule that deals with what is true in courts. And hearsay rules at different stages of different levels of trial have different rules. So, right, the officer is combining a whole bunch of things that he's heard. But hearsay, for the purposes of an arrest warrant, not the same thing as hearsay for the purposes of a trial. Not the same thing as hearsay for the purposes of sentencing, right? So if you're thinking to yourself, this is hearsay, you're right. It's just not necessarily an exclusionary rule at this stage of proceedings like it would be a different stage of proceedings. Different levels of proceedings can have different levels of things. Can the police rely on hearsay as part of their process of conducting an investigation? Sure. When it comes to trial, we're going to want to hear from the primary people, but as an investigative tool, much less problematic. Incidentally, in case you're curious about why that's true, as like just a philosophical matter, it's because, again, at every stage of legal proceedings, we're trying to get greater and greater levels of confidence. This is the nature of legal proceedings. Whether you're in the civil system or the criminal system, at every stage, at every step, we're getting more and more levels of confidence, right? Until we reach an ultimate level of confidence. At a civil system, that would be preponderance of the evidence. At a criminal system, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. But our level of confidence and our level of information we're allowed to use becomes more constrained as the process comes on. So at earlier stages of proceedings, we don't need as much confidence. We're on a probable cause stage, or we're on a mere investigative stage. We're even below probable cause. How much evidence do the police need to investigate? Not probable cause, that's for damn sure, right? They need probable cause to conduct an arrest. They don't need probable cause to conduct an investigation. So at every stage of proceedings, the amount of confidence that we need changes, and the evidence that's allowed changes. The reason that hearsay is not allowed at trial as a philosophical matter is because we don't have enough confidence in it. That's why fundamentally it's not allowed. We don't have enough confidence in it, right? If we had confidence, and so because we don't have enough confidence in it, we don't allow it at that stage of proceedings, because our level of confidence that we require has moved up. So that's the whole philosophical framework. It's like we need more confidence. This hearsay is low quality evidence, but that's okay. We're at a low level proceeding. As we need more and more confidence, we will change our standards appropriately. It makes logical sense when you think it all the way through, right?
Great job as always.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Stephen. That's very nice of you. On the evening of November 12th, Chapin and Kernodle, as seen by BF in the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at 739 Nez Pierce Drive from approximately 7 p.m. on approximately November the 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November the 13th. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live at the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar in the Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Incidentally, I've seen some people who are giving, like in sort of the chatter on the interwebs, giving the students like a hard time for being at a bar. Like, dude, I mean, come on, right? I mean, if I got in trouble, if I got murdered every time I went to a college bar, Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on the video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. Shout out to the Grub Truck. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. Well, if you want to learn more about this, you can go check them out on Twitch, I guess. The video was captured by law enforcement. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Morgan at approximately 1:56 from downtown Moscow, presumably an Uber, but it doesn't say. DEF and BF both made statements during the interviews that indicated the occupants of King Road residence were at home at 2 and were asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4. Again, college. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the. So that's helpful. Why did my video just completely stop there for a second? No particular reason. That's good news. Okay. I won't worry about it too much. Am I back? Am I back? Hopefully. DM. Okay. It went away for no particular reason. DM stated that she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she thought was someone Goncalves saying to the effect of saying, "There's someone here."
Goncalves, he love you work.
Goncalves. Okay, well, thank you. I'll try to remember that. Goncalves. Goncalves. Really? Okay. Goncalves. Fine. A short time later, DM said she thought was Goncalves saying something effective, "There's someone here." As records obtained from the forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this also could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok at approximately 4:12 a.m. So, hey, all those social media apps are helpful, right? And all those DoorDash apps, right? And the social media apps. So we have evidence of them using their phone. So that helps a lot with the timeline. So, that's a nice little detail. It's like, hey, we know that she was probably alive and playing with her phone since, we have records from the cell phone. Okay, that's good news. Goncalves. I love the chat. Let's try to do it the way everyone chat says. Goncalves, Salves, Goncalves, Salez. It's Funsalves. Chat's impossible. Goncalves.
Try again, Gonsalve easy.
Gonsalve is. DM stated that she looked outside of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being inside the house. DM stated that she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then stated she heard a male voice saying something effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper following a loud thud. Maybe that's the time of the murder. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17. The camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodles. Again, helping with the timeline. All these apps and the surveillance state we live in helps a lot with the timeline. So I guess there's some benefits there. DM stated that she opened the door for a third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in frozen shock face. The male walked towards the black sliding glass door. DM locked herself in a room after seeing the male. DM said she did not recognize the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. Okay. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, review of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and videos of a suspect video described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 o'clock and 4:25 a.m. Yeah, we have some evidence that suggests that's the right time frame. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators later found a latent shoe print. This was located during a second processing of the crime scene by ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print shows a diamond-shaped pattern similar to a type of Vans. Where's Vans? Just outside the door of DM's bedroom. This is consistent with DM statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. Okay. So we have a shoe print, which might be suggestive of something. Potentially. Maybe. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of Ring Road. This video canvass was to obtain any footage. So now we're going door to door, basically, for everyone who has a Ring camera and being like, yeah, we'd like to see your Ring camera footage. That's basically what we're doing at this stage. And also, any other cameras that might be around from businesses or ATMs or whatever, right? So many cameras. Let's go look at them. This video camera was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th in the area of King Road and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate suspect or suspect vehicles. It's not a bad idea, right? It's like, hey, let's go look at all the video cameras and see if we can see any cars moving or people moving or stuff that might give us clues. This video cameras resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I reviewed numerous videos that were collected and had conversations with other MPD officers, the state police, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing videos that was found. Our review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereinafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indiana Hill Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Snyder Avenue in Idaho, Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appears suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple vehicles obtained from Night Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 made an initial 3 passes by the residents and then leave via Walnetta Drive. Based on my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with very limited number of vehicles that travel in that area during that time. Upon review, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Okay. So we got a suspicious looking car It is doing suspicious things. It is apparently circling around, passing the residence multiple times, perhaps looking for the lights to go out. Perhaps they see the lights, just guessing. They see lights and they see maybe signs of life, and they're waiting for everyone to go to sleep. And so they're waiting for a more opportune moment to strike. So this is a little bit suspicious. A further clue enters our picture. Okay. To the 500 of you watching, by the way, thank you very much. As always, if you'd be so kind as to hit that like button, it would be appreciated. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of King Road residences, it appears to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again on Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observing traveling southbound on Juanita Drive. Based on my area and review of the camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Pelrose River Drive and Castiga Drive. Pelrose River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people travel back and forth between them. So we've got this car that we see traveling, departing the area at approximately 4:20 a.m., about the time of the murders, right? Because based on other evidence that we have from the use of TikTok and surveillance footage across the street with the loud bangs and other things that are happening and some eyewitnesses, right? Based on this, we think the murders occurred somewhere in the vicinity of 4 to 4:20. We have some evidence that leads us to this conclusion. Now we've got suspect vehicle 1 departing the residence at approximately 4:20 at a high rate of speed. These two things could potentially be related. Thank you, Jojo, very much for your gift memberships. They, as always, are very, very appreciated. Law enforcement officers provide video footage of suspect 1 to forensic examiners with the FBI that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify year, make, and model of unknown vehicles that was observed by one or more cameras. The FBI has approximately 35 years experience and 12 years experience with the FBI proper. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles and uses a database that gives us visual clues to identify vehicles. So, this is one of the things that the FBI can help with in a lot of ways because they have, a huge database of lots of things, right? They're good for huge databases and stuff. Like no small department, no small town police department is going to have all the things that like the FBI does in terms of the training, in matching papers or inks or being able to figure out what car or what tire or whatever, right? They have the knowledge and experience to be able to do these things. So again, the FBI is often brought in on a consulting role to assist these things because, they can help with some of these stuff. And so, that's what they're doing. So they got someone at the FBI who specializes in figuring out what car is it. Okay. After reviewing numerous observations of the vehicle, the forensic examiner initially believed that it was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons and possessions of 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantras, which, is going to narrow down your pool a lot. So, yeah. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white sedan, which is consistent with description of the white Elantra, known as suspect vehicle, was observed on Washington State University campuses, traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with descriptions of a white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observably traveling southeast on Nevada Street at Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. The camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle as a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra, further narrowing down the pool. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with descriptions of the vehicle, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on the Washington State University campus. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Konstiga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest to SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras, traveling northbound on Stadium Way and Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Depictions showing Moscow and Pullman. So here is a map that shows the relation between the two towns. And you can see how close they are to each other. It's a little bit hard to see on this, but you can see, I'll put up with my mouse. If you can see my mouse, here's the dividing line where my mouse is between Idaho and Washington. It's right here on screen. I don't know if you can see that, but that's where it is. And so here is where the murders took place in Idaho at that college campus. And then here is the Washington. So here's Washington State University right here in Washington, where this circle is. And then this circle is where the murders occurred. And here's the dividing line between Idaho and Washington. So you can see how close these two towns are. This is all speculative and circumstantial. Well, it's circumstantial. That's true. But I'm not sure how speculative it is, but okay. And now we have a little bit more. Again, the photo is a little grainy, but we have a white Elantra seen leaving the WSU campus. So here's the little car leaving the campus. Here's the campus, Washington State University, right here. Here's the car leaving the campus. And then here and here are the car returning to the campus. So we have the car and showing its path from various cameras that we were able to capture. Yes, we covered the DNA on the sheath. It was earlier. On November 25th, 2022, or at least that there was DNA. We haven't had more information, but yeah. On November 25th, 2022, the Moscow Police Department asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for the white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at Washington State. As a result of the query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with Pennsylvania license plates. Okay. So this guy they're looking for this Elantra. So this police officer says, "Hey, I wonder if there are any white Elantras that are registered with the university." And what do we pop up? We pop up one, a 2015 white Elantra. Hey, that sounds similar to the car we're looking for. With Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. The vehicle is registered to Brian Koberger, hereinafter Koberger, residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201 in Pullman, Washington. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, which is the last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. Aha. So we have this car. We have this car on camera at the times of the murders. We have it in Idaho at the times of the murders. We have it in Washington at the times of the murders. And where is the car last seen? The car that we saw on screen. Well, it was last seen 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, which is the last time that a camera picked it up on camera. Okay. I think we can move Brian into person of interest category. So we will move him into person of interest category. Okay. So we have enough information to move Brian into person of interest category. Okay. He owns the right car. It's in the right place at the right time. He has time proximity. He has location proximity. He's a car that's registered to him. It's the right car. I think we can move him into person of interest category. Let's see if we can move him into probable cause territory. Let's see how it's going. Okay. The same day, at approximately 12:58 a.m., Washington State University officer Curtis Whitman was looking for a white Hyundai Elantra and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman at the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is the apartment complex that houses Washington State University students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Koberg's Washington State driver's license information photograph. The license indicates that Koberg is a white male at a height of 6 and weighs 185. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. The suspect we were looking for has bushy eyebrows. Koberg's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM sold inside the King Road residence. Person of interest. He's the right size, the right height. He's got the bushy eyebrows. He's got the right car. He's got temporal proximity. He's like a location proximity. He's a person of interest. Further investigators, including review of Latas County Sheriff's Department Corporal Duke's body camera report, shows that on August 21st, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by Corporal Duke. At this time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania license plates, which was set to expire in November. During the stop, which was recorded via law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number, hereinafter the 8458 phone, as a cellular phone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned the phone number is issued by AT&T. On October 24th, 2022, Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by WSU police officers. Upon review of that body camera and footage stop, Koberger was the sole occupant and was driving the 2015 Hyundai Elantra. Okay, so we in a completely unrelated incident, we pulled him over and he gave his phone number. We have his phone number. I wonder if we will use that in any way as part of our investigation. On October the 18th of 2022, according to Washington State Licensing, Koberger was registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received a Washington plate. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. Some states do, some states don't. So right before, we didn't see the car didn't have a front plate, right? The car didn't have a front plate. Remember when we saw it on camera? It didn't have a front plate. Well, as it turns out, Pennsylvania doesn't require front plates. Maybe that's why it didn't have a front plate. Because it was registered in Pennsylvania. Is It's a possibility, right? There are certainly other possibilities. But it's a possibility. It is some further evidence based on my own experience in communication. I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back plates. So Idaho requires it. Washington doesn't. Washington requires it. Pennsylvania doesn't. His car is registered in Pennsylvania. I wonder if the car that didn't have front license plates might have had back license plates for Pennsylvania. Further suspicion. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because vehicles captured on December 13th by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. He gets around a little bit in his car. Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December the 15th by law enforcement in Indiana. On December 16th at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video shows that Kohberger's Elantra was in Pennsylvania. So we're able to follow him from place to place with various license plate scanners. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Learned through a search and locate tool database inquiry. Based on information provided by WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Well, I got really good news for him. He has the best PhD thesis ever. He has got it down. He is really, really devoted to academic excellence, man. He is devoted to the academic excellence in ways that I didn't know that were fully possible. I imagine his academic advisors at Washington State University are super thrilled because he has the best PhD in the history of PhDs. I look forward to attending his commencement ceremony at some point in the near future. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman, we learned that Kohberger's past education includes undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records show that Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied to an internship with Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote his essay that an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety. I mean, he is really, really, really devoted to this. He really wants to help the rural law enforcement agencies learn how to better collect and analyze technological data. He is going to be his own goddamn case, man. Wow. Can he call himself to the stand as an expert witness? That'd be hilarious. That'd be great. I don't know if it's ever been done before, but sure, why not? Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found in an open internet search. The survey asked participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to King Road residents on November 13th between 3 and 5. So we're doing a there's a name for this. I forget what it's called. We're doing a what's it called when you do this kind of search? It's called we're doing a global search, basically. We're doing a search for all cell phones that were within the area at the time. Between 3 and 5, can you give us a list of all cell phones that are in the time? There's a special name for it. I forget. So can we give us all the cell phones? After determining that Kohberger was associated with both the 2015 white Elantra and the 4858 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the phone in these returns did not show the phone utilizing cellular towers in close proximity between 3 and 5. Okay, so maybe he wasn't completely a complete idiot. His cell phone was not picked up near the scene of the crime. So, okay. Based on training, expertise, and conversations with law enforcement that specialize in utilization of cell phone records as part of investigation. Tower dump sounds about right. Based on training, experience, and conversation with law enforcement that specialize in utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular phones at different locations before committing the crime or turn their cellular locations off before going to the crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area. I mean, that is basic logic sense. Not that a lot of criminals follow this, because the amount of criminals caught up in these drag sweeps is amazing. I also know that numerous occasions will surveil the area when they intend to commit crime as part of the crime. Depending on circumstances, this could be done a few days or several months before. During this type of surveillance, as possible, an individual will not leave their cellular phone at a separate location or turn off since they do not plan to commit the crime on that particular day. So they might have their cell phone on them near the location at other times. Okay. So we don't see him with the cell phone at the time near the scene. How about at the scene at other times? On December 23rd, 2020, I applied for and was granted a warrant for historical phone records between November 12th and November the 14th for the phone. On December 23rd, pursuant to the warrant, I received records for the phone. These records indicate the phone is subscribed to by Brian Koberger at an address in Albrightsville,
Do
Pennsylvania.
you think he can take advantage of prison services to complete his PhD while incarcerated and defend his PhD thesis written about his own crimes?
I definitely think his university should issue that PhD. I'm sure they're going to do it. I think I think this is a great opportunity, man. These records also indicate historical cell light location information for the 4858 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with the FBI that's certified as a member of a cellular analyst team. Members of the team are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical data and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to being certified. Additionally, the FBI certification that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by the team, I was able to determine the estimated locations for the 4858 phone from November 12th to November 13th, the time period authorized by the court. On November the 13th of 2022 at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 4858 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington, hereinafter the Koberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 4858 phone utilized cellular resources to provide coverage southeast of the residence, consistent with the phone leaving the residence and traveling through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the phone stops reporting the network, which is consistent with either phone being in an area without cellular coverage, connection to network is disabled, or the phone is turned off. The phone does not report again until 4:48, at which time cellular resources that provide coverage to the area. Okay, so our information pile has grown a little bit. Apparently, he kept his cell phone on for part of his journey and then remembered to turn it off. So we have the white Elantra moving, and we have his cell phone that's moving with the car. We're in the same vicinity as the car. And it's working for a while, and then it stops. Maybe the battery died. Maybe he turned it off. Maybe you can put it in airplane mode. But we have some further indication that's tying him to the scene. Thank you, Deidre. I appreciate that. Yeah, please do hit that like button on your way out. It's free, and it does help me quite a lot. I do appreciate it. Thank you. The phone does not report again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to State Highway 95 south of Moscow near Blaine. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 4858 phone traveling south on ID to Highway 95 to Genesse, Idaho, then traveling west to Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 4858 phone is utilizing resources to provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with phone traveling back to Coburg residence. 4858 movements are consistent with movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27. Based on a review of the 4858 phone's estimated times and travel, the travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Yeah. You got some I think we've moved into probable cause territory, guys. I think we moved from person of interest to probable cause territory. Again, just a reminder, probable cause is a fairly low standard. 30% confidence, something like that, somewhere there or thereabouts, right? But it's like, okay, do we have 30% confidence it's the guy? Yeah, I'm feeling about 30% confidence in the guy right about now. You know, we've got the car. It doesn't have front plates. It was registered in a state without front plates. We've got the car moving from place to place. The car was last seen, you know, in this location near his house. We've got his cell phone. It's off during a lot of it, but when it is on, it's consistent with the movement of the car. It's his cell phone. He's in the car. We see this car circling the house 4 times, I think, you know, and driving off in a dash, in a speed at the time of the murders. I think we've moved into probable cause territory. So, yeah, the only thing that could make this any better at this time would be some additional forensics. Like if we have, you know, if we find that it's his boot print or it's his DNA or fingerprints or stuff, that would be the only thing that would additionally cinch this deal. But Judge Uncivil here is about ready to say, yeah, I think you've got probable cause. So, yeah. Is it enough to convict? Is it enough for probable cause? I think it's... Further review indicates the 4858 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th that are consistent, with the phone leaving the area of the Kohlberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow. Specifically, the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to King Road residence at 9:12 and 9:21. The phone next utilized resources that are consistent, with the phone traveling back to the area of the Kohlberger residence and arriving at the area at 9:32 a.m. Yeah. Below is a description, not scale, of possible route based off cellular site locations. Okay, so we're moving into a little bit conclusion territory at this point, right? Because we have the cell phone data. We have some of the cell phone data. And we're going to create a map of what we think makes sense based on the information we have. Fine, right? We're experts. So we have a map. So this is what we think the path was. Not the most direct path, which might suggest something. I mean, Camden, he is innocent. We haven't gone that far yet. So if you want to say he's innocent, he is in fact innocent. Yeah. We'll get back to you on that one. Investigators found that the 4858 phone did not connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November the 14th, but investigators do not believe the phone was in Moscow on that date. The phone is not connected to any towers to provide service to Moscow since that date. But the next paragraph says their tower data is unreliable. Okay. Based on my training, experience, and facts of investigation thus far, I believe that Koberger, the use of the phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that's observed departing Pullman, and this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 4858 phone during the early morning hours of November the 13th and the lack of 4858 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:47 a.m. is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide. On December 23rd, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Koberger's historical data from June 23rd to current. Okay, so now so the courts, it seems like, are doing this in a very sort of respectful fashion, right? So the courts are granting wider and wider warrants as the information allows for, which is great, which also shows it shows either diligence from the police or diligence from the courts. And either one I'll take, right? Because initially when we got the historical data, first of all, let's give me all the data from nearby the scene of the crime from these hours. Now we have a suspect, this guy. Okay, give me all information regarding this guy for 2 days before the murders. Okay, now we have some further information. And now based on further information, it's like, okay, I want a wider warrant, judge. I want a wider warrant because I think this might be our guy. It's like, okay, let's give you 6 months of data. See what we can get from that. So I do like the way that this is being handled by the court. Or it's like, it's very it's minimalistic in a lot of ways. And I appreciate that the warrants that are being issued are appropriate in scope of the level of information that's available at each time. So now we're going back to June. And we want a pen register trap and trace on the phone to aid efforts to determine if he stalked any of the victims, in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the residence, was in contact with any of the victims associated with the offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders, the location of the white Elantra, as well as the location of Coburger. So now, basically, we want a complete dump on this guy's life. Fine. Pursuant to the search warrant, I reviewed historical records for the phone from the time the account was opened in June 2022. Did we go all the way back to 2022? We did. Okay. Well, actually, that's last year. Never mind. So the time the account was open. So basically, give me all the history of the account ever. After consulting with the FBI, I was able to determine estimated locations for the phone from June 2022 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the phone shows the phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. So suggesting he had been there before, or at least in the area before. All these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours. On these occasions, on August 21st, 2022, the phone utilized cellular resources, providing coverage to King Road residents from approximately 10:34 a.m. to 11:35 a.m. At approximately 11:37 a.m., Coburger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Department, as mentioned above. The phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during the time. Further analysis of cellular data provided shows the phone utilized cellular resources consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via US Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 a.m. or p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe, stand located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkson, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chief Store located at 820 Port Drive and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra consistent with the suspect vehicle drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the phone. At approximately 2:46 p.m., the phone then utilized surveillance data, cellular data in the area of the Albertson grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from Albertson shows that Coburger exited the white Elantra consistent with the suspect vehicle at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance shows that Coburger walked through the store, purchased unknown items at checkout, and leave approximately 1:04 p.m. Coburger's possible path of travel is here. You better believe if they don't already know what he purchased at checkout, they're looking at those tapes and pulling those receipts. And did he pay by card? So they might not know yet. But that's what we got. Additional analysis of record shows for the phones indicates that approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That's consistent with the phone being in the area, the phone traveling in the hours immediately following the suspect's time the homicide occurred. Yeah. Again, the cell phone record data is consistent with the car's movement. So not looking great. Not looking great at all. Give me 1 minute while I fix this bot problem, please. Talk amongst yourselves. I hate the damn bots. How did that not? Where the hell's Nightbot? Where's Nightbot? God damn it. Okay, thank you, Nightbot. Now do your damn job. Back to the stream. Sorry for the disruption. On December the 27th, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from Koberger's family residence located in Albrightsville. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, 2022, the Idaho State Police reported that DNA profile obtained from the trash and DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified the male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from being the possibility of the suspect's biological father. So we think that the father, we think that this guy is the father of the person with the blood on the sheath that was found at the scene. So that's pretty good. We're well into probable cause territory. Thus, I want an arrest warrant. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that the DNA is gravy. The DNA is gravy. But yeah. So here's basically what we have. We have a car where we have a car that is near the scene of the crime at the time of the crime. So we have temporal and geographic proximity of this car. We have been able to identify it from various video footage as being a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra with no license plate. It appears that this guy's car was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require freight license plates. We have been able to determine that he matches the physical characteristics of the person seen at the scene of the crime at the time of the murder. We have been able to determine that his cell phone was near the scene of the crime on multiple different occasions. We've been able to determine that it was with the car for part of the journey that we were able to track, but not all of it, because apparently the phone was turned off. But, we also have a pretty good timeline on the murder, a pretty good timeline on his travels relating to the day that are synchronous to that. We have the historical cell phone data that shows him surveilling the scene. We have this cell phone data that shows him being with the car that was traveling to and from the scene, including being very near his house. And we have DNA that was located on the knife that is blood relation to the suspect's father. How did the knife sheath get there? One might wonder. So yeah, we have probable cause. We have probable cause. We don't have the murder weapon though. Yeah, but we don't have the murder. We don't have the murder weapon. So that's not ideal. But it might be in a sewer anywhere between Idaho and Pennsylvania for all I know. So the dad was potentially involved? No. The dad's DNA. The dad's DNA shows that he's the father of the person with the blood on the knife sheath. We got the father's DNA out of the family's trash. We based on the family's DNA show that the father is the father of whoever's blood is on the knife sheath. So, no, the father himself is not involved. That is not the indication. He's related to the person who did it. Can Koberger be convinced to plead guilty? It depends what the prosecution offers him, I suppose, and what he wants. I mean, if the prosecution wants to offer him a life imprisonment deal and he wants to take it, then maybe. Otherwise, he doesn't really have much incentive to plead guilty. So if you offer him something, maybe. But I mean, I don't know his psychology or what he's interested in. But yeah, so we have probable cause. We have probable cause. We have him in temporal geographic proximity. We have him with his cell phone, with the car, traveling to and from the scene, not at the scene, because the cell phone was apparently off, but to and from the scene. We have the car movement. We have, him buying stuff at the store. Depending on what he bought at the store, it might be further indication. But we got probable cause. Like take death penalty off the table? Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't know if he'd go for that or not. I don't know what his psychology is. In terms of it. I don't know that would be enough incentive for me. Does Idaho have death penalty? Yes. Do we have a clue as to why? No, not yet. We don't have any motive yet. But we have what seems to be his DNA on the knife sheath located on the bed where the murders happened. And the knife sheath being on the bed suggests temporal proximity, although it's not necessarily conclusive, but it's suggestive, right? It's probably true. This knife sheath wasn't lying on the bed for say 3 weeks, and the girl just went to bed with it every day with a knife sheath on the bed. That's probably
Do we
not
know
true.
how he chose his victims? Thank you for
No, we
this.
don't. We don't have motive yet. We don't have motive yet, so we don't know what his reasoning is. There's no insanity defense in Idaho. That's kind of true and kind of not. The states that don't offer insanity as a defense have wrapped it into the mens rea element of the defense. So you have to be you have to be able to offer insanity as a defense. It's just how do you go about it? So some states have insanity as a separate defense. So you plead not guilty by reason of insanity. If you're convicted, you're often, almost always, in fact, almost always committed to some sort of mental health hospital um, until you get better, right? But in states where the insanity plea is not available, it's wrapped into the mens rea. So you can still plead insanity, but now basically you're saying, well, it nullifies an element of the crime, namely intent, which it would, right? So, and if it nullifies the element of the crime, then the right conclusion is now not guilty. So in some ways, it's higher risk for states that have gotten rid of it. Or that's one way of looking at it, right? So states that have gotten rid of the insanity plea have kind of made it an all or nothing proposition, right? Rather than having this sort of arguable halfway ground, which is arguably worse in a lot of ways than being convicted, depending on your framework. But rather than having this halfway ground where you can be convicted of uh, where you're not guilty by reason of insanity and then you're just committed until you get better, which arguably, if you're insane, is a good solution because, we make you better. Now it's kind of an all or nothing proposition. So now, yes, he kind of can plead insanity. It's just now not guilty. And if he says, well, I was insane, if he's insane, then he can't form the intent. If he can't form the intent, the correct verdict is not guilty. So the verdict is not guilty. So so in a lot of states that have gotten rid of it, it's arguably a higher risk proposition for the state. Because now it's an all or nothing proposition. It's like either he did it when he's sane or he didn't do it at all. So take your pick. Mental condition is not a defense. You're not listening to me. Idaho State Statute 18207. Okay, let's look at this so that you guys believe me when I tell you things. Idaho State Statute 18207. Mental condition not a defense. Subsection 3. Nothing herein is intended to prevent the admission of expert evidence on the issue of any state of mind, which is an element of the offense. That's a really fancy way of saying you can say that you did not form the intent. That's a really fancy way of saying I did not have the intent to commit the crime because I was not in my right mind. It's almost like I know law, guys. Go down further? Why would I go down further? Why would I? What section would you like me to go down to, A47 mouth? What section would you like? Goddamn thing. Which section do you want? Nothing herein is intended to prevent the admission of expert evidence on the issue of any state of mind, which is an element of the offense, subject to the rules of evidence. I didn't boomer it up, by the way. It was just the thing doing the thing. No court shall, over the objection of any party, receive evidence of expert witness on any issue of mental condition or permit such evidence to be placed before a jury unless such evidence is fully subject to the adversarial process in at least the following particulars. Notice must be given at least 90 days in advance, which is pretty typical. A party who expects to call an expert witness testify must furnish the other side with the report. Raising issue of mental condition in criminal proceedings shall conclude constitute waiver of any privilege that might go to that aspect and authorized to appoint an expert witness. If examination cannot be conducted by reason of unwillingness of the defendant to cooperate, the examiner shall so advise in writing. In such a case, the court may deny the party refusing to cooperate the right to present evidence in support of mental claim unless the interest of justice requires otherwise. So if you want to present expert witness, like many expert witnesses, you have to give notice in advance of at least 90 days. You have to present the expert witness's report and conclusions to the other side. You waive any privilege issues that would exist with respect to mental health because you're the one putting your mental health into question. And so now you waive all the privileges. And if you don't cooperate, they can say no. And also the court can also appoint its own expert. Did you take your L yet, or do I have to keep reading? You know, it is almost like I passed the bar exam twice. I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah, it is almost like I passed the bar exam twice. And then apparently, if you're convicted, apparently the court can, even if you're convicted, can still order in subsection 2. If you're convicted, this court can still order some sort of mental health treatment. So that the court can have its cake and eat it too. So the court can, as part of its sentence, if you're convicted, sentence you to part of your time in mental health prison, and then upon that to regular prison. So that is also in the statute. Two person is still convicted of a crime. That's true. Yes. In subsection 2, if they're convicted of the crime, that's right. If in the provisions the court finds that one convicted of the crime suffers from any mental health condition, such person shall be committed to the Board of Correction as provided for law, having regard for such conditions as may require. In the event the sentence of incarceration has been imposed, defendant shall receive treatment in the facility which provides for incarceration or less restricted confinement. In the event the course of treatment thus commenced shall be concluded, in other words, you get better, prior to expiration of sentence, the offender shall remain liable for the remainder of such sentence. So yes, you can be found guilty and the court can sentence you to mental health incarceration as part of your sentence. And then you're still convicted in that situation. But as pointed in subsection 3, you can offer it as elements of state of mind, which goes to your intent. And if you nullify intent, you nullify an element of the crime, and therefore the right result is not guilty. An example case of the insanity plea, the guy who shot Beetle guy, John. Yeah, yeah. Washington doesn't require front plates either. I think the probable cause said the opposite. Although might have Hinckley. Yeah, Hinckley. Ron Reagan, that too. Lennon, John Lennon. Yeah, thank you. That's what I was looking for. The guy who shot John Lennon. The guy who shot Reagan. Yeah. Insanity plea is not all that because you have to remain committed. Insanity plea is arguably, in a lot of situations, worse because you remain committed until you are released by a bunch of doctors. In some situations, people have wound up with sentences longer than they would have wound up had they been convicted. So I this and also the insanity plea is very rarely successful. It's less than 1%. I think it's less than 0.5%. I'd have to double check my numbers, but it's not often very much. Very much. Not guilty by reason of insanity. Yes, so some jurisdictions offer not guilty by reason of insanity. In those situations, you're often still committed because you're insane, but you're not guilty. So you'd only be kept in confinement as long as you were insane. So when you got better, you'd be released. But the practical reality of that is often that you're kept incarcerated for longer than yeah, it's not a great deal. Yeah. Prison's arguably better than mental health hospital for the same person. That can very often be true. Yeah. Yeah. Insanity's hard. And of course, insanity comes in two flavors, or mental deficiency comes in two flavors, maybe. There's the mental deficiency now and the mental deficiency at the time of the crime, which are distinct propositions. So being sane enough to stand trial is a separate legal question from whether you were sane at the time of the offense. But there's no real indication of insanity right now. So the whole question's a little moot because it seems like do you be filing a change of venue motion? Mm, maybe, maybe kick this to a different part of Idaho. It's possible. I could see a change of venue. It's small town, it's hard to get a good jury, and this is so high publicized. I could very easily see this being kicked to a different part of Idaho. I could very easily see this being kicked to a different part of Idaho. Yeah, he's there's no indication of insanity, so the whole thing is a little bit moot. Plus, in Idaho, everyone's crazy. Also, the prosecutor is Santa Claus. So, yeah. And that's what's happening there. So yeah, we casing the place, stalking much? Well, casing the place is probably more correct than stalking as such. Probably casing the place, trying to figure out people's patterns so he'd know when to strike. Probably more correct. He doesn't have to pay back his student loans. Man, they'll come after student loans in the grave, man. I don't know if he has good commissary money. The student loans people do not give up. Prosecutor Santa's going to be awesome. Framed, I suppose. I mean, he is innocent till proven guilty. There's a lot of things here that are sort of leaning to one conclusion. But, I don't know any more than you know. I do know that, apparently his blood is on the clasp of the knife sheath that was located in the bed along with the murders, which is not, necessarily great attention to detail, by the way, there, uh, guy. You could have, worked on that one a little. Maybe don't leave behind the knife sheath so much. That'd been good. Yeah. And also your cell phone discipline leaves a little work. But hey, this is all how to commit murders better, right? We've learned from his misfortunes on how to commit murders better. So if you're looking to commit some murders, here's some pro tips. Don't do these things. Also, don't commit the murders. That also would be good. Legally, is it better to request a jury trial? Well, the argument, the general belief is that you want a jury trial if you're guilty, and you want a bench trial if you're innocent. Because if you're guilty, then maybe you can convince one of the 12. But if you're innocent, particularly if your innocence is technical, then you want a judge who will be more dispassionate and more logical. So particularly if your innocence is a technical kind of innocence and you're skating on the edge of the page, like a jury will convict you out of spite, but a judge is more likely to actually, apply the law. So the general consensus is you want a jury if you're guilty because maybe you can convince one of the 12 to not so much, and you want a bench trial if you're innocent. But that's, there's most states the prosecution has to agree to waive jury trial. I know Maryland, you don't have to get the state to agree. I think there's like one or two others, but most states you have to get the state to agree. In most states, the state will not agree because they can run up the emotion of the jury just as well as anyone else. Why no murders? Murders are bad. I just need to keep passing bars in states. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I'll go get my Idaho. It's not too late. My scores are transferable to Idaho. And the pace this time, I could probably get myself admitted to being an Idaho lawyer before this case gets trial. If I really put my mind to it. Does this guy want uncivil as his defense lawyer? That'd be good. A guy with no criminal defense experience whatsoever trying a capital case in Idaho. That should go over really well. Does this guy want uncivil law as a defense lawyer? Because I can probably get admitted to the Idaho bar in enough time. Because since I did the uniform bar exam, my scores are transferable, and so I just have to do the paperwork. I can probably get admitted into Idaho. Should I become an Idaho lawyer? Press one. Press one if uncivil law should become defense team. It should be interesting, for sure. Wear the hat at the trial? I'll ask. Oh, that's a rough one. Do this as a capital murder trial? Oh my word, that'd be tough. Don't do it. We need you. Hi, welcome to Uncivil Law. Oh, yeah, I'll just start. That'll be good when they announce appearances. Uh, can I get appearances from the parties, please? Santa Claus for the prosecution. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Uncivil Law, where I'm representing this defendant. If you enjoy my channel, please like, comment, subscribe. Lol. You, Lori, and Chad Daybell. Oh, that's a whole pile of mess. Yeah, well, all right. Hopefully today is the day I earn that subscription. We sentence the defendant to death, and we sentence uncivil law to 100,000 more subscribers. Hey, that's a win. It's a win. You need a death penalty qualified chat. Yeah. What other questions can I answer for you about this? Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty solid probable cause affidavit. It'd be nice if we had the murder weapon, which, as I understand, we don't have. When we get his purchase records from his store and show things that he bought, if he bought things that were used in the commission of the murder, that would help. If we had a motive, that would help. When could this trial start? It depends on a whole bunch of things, but I wouldn't expect it to start soon. If I were a betting man, I wouldn't expect it to start soon. I would not. He has not been asked to enter a plea yet. I wouldn't expect him to demand a speedy trial because time is usually seen as an asset of the defense. This trial might not start for a year. It depends. I mean, it could start faster if he doesn't waive speedy trial, but we're looking not sooner than this summer, and realistically, probably a year. There's a report he changed the registration between the murder and the trip. Would
What's
that be
with the
probable
roommate not
cause?
calling
Would
911
you,
until noon? Do you find that strange?
well, not necessarily. Not if they were up at 4 a.m. I mean, I've woken up at noon before, and Rackets can tell you all about waking up at noon. Rackets isn't making any 911 calls before 1 p.m. Okay. So is it strange that the guy, strange that the roommates didn't call till noon? No, because apparently they were awake at 4 a.m. So they probably woke up and then called the police. So is that strange? Not particularly. Rackets isn't calling anyone before 1 p.m. Is the guy more or less screwed January 6 people? Well, the January 6 people come in a whole variety of flavors. Of course, we covered a lot of their cases on my channel. We did 40 something of them before the format got cold. But a lot are in varying degrees of whatever. Lord, sorry about that. They've been drinking, yeah. If yeah, yeah. The fact that they called it noon, I don't think is strange. One roommate heard and saw the intruder. They heard and saw someone outside, and then apparently went to bed or something. I don't know. The detail there is a little bit weird, but hey, things happen. One roommate saw a guy in ski mask with bushy eyebrows. Yeah, apparently, and then decided not to call 911. I guess. I don't know. That's a little weird, but okay. I'm sure we'll get further details about this. If it's a party house, they might see people a lot. Fair, fair. Maybe in their escapades, it wasn't that strange. She
She
opened the door
opened
and
the
saw
door
him
and saw
describe.
him, described his bushy eyebrows, height and build, shut her door, and never called.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird, but I'm sure someone will have an opportunity to ask about that. I cover the Chandler Hallerson trial. No, I don't think I did. They've set a status hearing for January 12th at 10 a.m. Public defenders asking for more time.
Kurt,
I
they
appreciate
have
that.
set status hearing January 12th at 10 am. Public defender is asking for more time.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Will defense want to depose some or all the state witnesses? They can interview them. They don't really depose them typically in a criminal case. Will they want to interview them? Sure. Probably. His initial appearance was streamed? Yeah, I'm sure. It wasn't that interesting, I'm sure. Just like, here's what you're being charged with. Okay. Trim them brows. Do you think my brows are a little bit much? I don't know. I think my brows look fire. You think I should trim my brows? Maybe he should trim his brows. I don't know. My brows look pretty fire. Do you think that they've had any thought the roommates possibly having motive? Oh, sure. I'm sure the roommates have caught the interest of the prosecution for a whole variety of things. Yeah. Public defenders are real lawyers, yes, and some of them do incredible jobs, particularly death qualified lawyers, death quality defense lawyers. Yeah, a lot of them can be very, very good. I've known many a good public defender, and I've known many a crap private defender. Private defenders are no guarantees of quality. Some of the the best private defenders are probably better than the best public defenders, but the best public defenders can be pretty good. So, you know, especially in this kind of case, I would imagine that they're going to get quite a lot of attention from the right kind of people. So, you know, explain death sentence qualified lawyers. Sure. So I don't know if Idaho necessarily has this or not. So I'm using the term without knowing for sure. But in a lot of states, and I don't know that it's true for a private defense lawyer in any state. I'd have to double check. It might be true. Um, but in some states, well, let me say the principle more broadly. In some states, to do certain kinds of law, you have to be specially qualified to do that kind of law. Usually, it's not that big a deal. It just requires you to do like a couple additional classes as like a CLE or something. So, like in Texas, for example, I think if I want to do like family law, if I want to do some sort of like,
Don't
if
expect
I want,
much info pre-trial. I can very easily see the
yeah,
prosecution keeping a lot close to the chest to avoid unnecessary press complications.
I think that's very true. I don't think the prosecution is going to have to tell more than you do. But in some states, you have to get special qualifications to do particular kinds of law, particularly where it's sensitive. And in a lot of states, to do death penalty cases on the public defense side, you have to have special qualifications. So they call it a death penalty qualified lawyer. I don't know if they require it of any private attorneys, but they do have the public attorneys at least. It's like you have to, you know, be qualified to handle that level of case. What's my opinion on releasing the house for cleaning before a suspect was named? I have no particular thoughts on it. If they got all the evidence they had, I mean, they had a lot of time to collect the evidence. If they collected all the evidence they had, they did all their documentation, stuff like that. They'd done all their due diligence, then there's nothing left to do. Then clean the house might be fully appropriate. I mean, I have no particular thoughts on it. My eyes are amazing. Thank you. But then they were told to stop. Yeah, I don't have any information about that. Doubt they showed all their cards in the arrest warrant. Yeah, I doubt. I'm sure they held a lot back, but we'll have to disclose all their info to defense. Sure. Is it a gag order issued by a judge, or will it be strategically? There was talk about a gag order. I don't know how that resolved. I don't know how that was resolved, but I would imagine that there would be leaks to the media in any case. So I don't know about that. There's a gag order in place. Yeah, there you go. So there's a gag order in place, which I don't really personally approve of personally, but okay. It'd be hard to find a jury that's not heard about this. Well, we might have to move to a bigger population center and do a wider canvas. This part of the state just might not have enough people to do a voir dire. So if they ask for a change of venue, I think a change of venue is probably pretty likely. There's probably not enough people. The case is so widely publicized in Moscow, Idaho, that you might want to transfer to a different part of the state. So yeah, I could definitely see this being this. I could definitely see a change of venue motion. Do we know what store he went to? They said Albertsons, didn't they? The grocery store. This is state. This is state case. This is state. There's no federal claim here. There's no federal claim here. This is all state. Change of venue in Hawaii, can't do that. It has to be somewhere else in the state. But you know, there's other places in Idaho, so you could try. Lawyers later, she was at the home. She stopped cleaning a local. Was there with the team of investigators. Okay. Maybe the defense team wanted to take a look at it. Of course, like, okay, as long as it's still there, sure. I mean, you know, fair enough. I don't know anything about it. Go to Boise. No, that would be pretty logical. Albertsons is owned by Kroger. I believe that is true. How's my Christmas and New Year's? Pretty good. Lawyers from another county? Okay. All right, fair enough. He's admitted in the state. I can practice law in any county too. Change of venue to DC. I think they've got their guy. I think they got their guy. It'd be nice. McCarthy's losing for the 8th time. Oh yeah, we could switch to covering that. I forgot that was happening. Let's go watch that for a while. He's on in the background. Come on. What an absolute thing this is.
Lamborn.
You like the bot reading the super chats? That's kind of cool, isn't it?
Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy.
You like the
Larson
low drama
McCoy.
the only drama we get is when
Jeffries.
someone challenges my legal credentials,
Larson
and then I get
Connecticut.
antsy.
Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
On behalf of New York 17th District, former Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney.
Just give the name.
McCarthy.
Just give the name.
Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy.
You never challenged Kurt's expertise? I don't know. That's not how
Jeffries.
I saw it.
Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk.
That's not how I remember it, but okay.
Lucas. McCarthy. Lubkemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Latrell. McCarthy. Lynch.
Well, thank you for the
Jeffries.
apology. I appreciate that.
Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy.
Can you call me Snark Daddy?
McCall.
Yes, you can. You can call me Snark Daddy. I like that.
McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick.
Did Divinity do another video on me? I really don't care anymore.
McGarvey. Jeffries.
She'll get no attention from me.
McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks.
Did I ever get that pizza? I did
Jeffries.
get that pizza.
Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy.
Order! Order! John Burko. Great,
Napolitano.
great Speaker of the UK
Jeffries.
Parliament. I miss him.
Neal.
Order! The right honorable gentleman.
Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries.
Let's nominate him. That'd be good.
Norcross.
Yeah, let's nominate him. I'll throw his name in for the chat. Sure, what the hell?
Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. Nunn of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy.
All right, guys, I'm gonna pay for a
Ocasio-Cortez.
month of video editing from
Jeffries.
Video Husky.
Ogles.
Let's see how this works out.
Donalds.
I'm gonna go pay someone to edit my
Omar.
videos for improved professionalism. Yeah.
Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale. Pasquale. Jeffries.
How much is it, Kurt?
Jeffries.
$750 a month.
Pelosi. Jeffries.
I'm really
Peltola.
concerned about the throughput, though, to be honest.
Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries.
But we can try it for a month
Perry.
and see what happens.
Donalds.
Video editing is expensive.
Peters.
People have contacted me like, I'll be your video editor, and the prices they quote, like,
Peters.
I
Jeffries.
can't afford these prices.
Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama.
But some of your guys, this is why I keep saying, like, you know, your guys' support helps. Like, when I keep
Rogers
saying,
of
like, your guys'
Alabama.
support helps, and I really appreciate the super chats, and I really appreciate the guys who are the uncivilians and stuff like that. It's because I'm looking to bring in enough
Rogers of
revenue
Kentucky.
to try to make
McCarthy.
certain things on the channel possible. Right?
Rose.
I'm interested in improving the quality of the channel,
McCarthy.
and I want to make it better. and Stuff like
Rosendale.
that. And I do my own video editing for now,
Donalds.
which is fine. But you know, all I know how to do is really cut out
Kurt, I sent you an
bad
email.
stuff.
Jeffries.
Like, all I know how to do is how to
Rouser.
cut out bad stuff. I don't really know how to
McCarthy.
add in like graphics and transitions and
Roy.
B-roll and stuff like that. And I don't really.
Donalds.
No, it's not really my skill set. So I really appreciate all the things you help
Ruiz.
do, because it makes it possible for me
Jeffries.
to look and be like, okay, well,
Coopersburger.
maybe I'm bringing enough revenue that I can look and say, okay,
Jeffries.
maybe I'll donate $750 to get to
Rutherford.
editing. Maybe that'll be
McCarthy.
good.
Ryan. Jeffries.
Oh yeah, Crystal, I got
Salazar.
your email. It was distorted though.
McCarthy. Salinas.
Your email was distorted, but you wanted to invite me to a party, which is cool.
Jeffries. Sanchez.
You didn't tell me when the party was also, by the way, in
Jeffries.
the email, which makes it hard to know when to schedule for.
Santos.
What if you like the feel of my videos? Well, maybe you'll like the new feel better. I don't know.
Santos. Sarbanes. Jeffries.
Hey, Jillian, how you doing?
Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider.
Yeah,
Jeffries.
it's fine. Just when you have a chance, send me. Yeah, it's all I got
Jeffries.
was there's a party and it's like 3.5 hours,
This
4 hours
whole
from
speaker
me.
vote shame is more effort put in by the
Schweikert.
House than in the last 30 years.
McCarthy.
That's a fair point, Tim.
Austin
Not saying you're wrong,
Scott.
Tim.
McCarthy. David
Yeah.
Scott.
I'm gonna film some
Jeffries.
stuff this weekend, and then I'm
Scott
gonna
of
sign up for
Virginia.
this month plan and see how that goes,
Jeffries.
and see whether they can
Self.
produce me something that makes any sense.
Donalds. Sessions, McCarthy. Sewell,
Can they vote anonymously?
Sewell,
They can if they allow the rules for it. That'd be interesting. Where like
Sherman.
closed ballot, secret ballot.
Jeffries.
Yeah, they could do it if they agreed to it.
Sherrill, Jeffries. Simpson, McCarthy. Slotkin, Jeffries. Smith of Missouri,
Yeah, vote is majority.
Smith of Nebraska, McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey, McCarthy. Smith of Washington, Jeffries. Smucker, McCarthy.
You need to change the
Sorensen.
video title on YouTube or something. I'm not sure.
Jeffries. Soto, Jeffries.
I still need to go to the gym today.
Spanberger,
I don't want to wait too long in the afternoon
Jeffries.
because I don't want to hit the
Sparks.
evening crowd.
Sparts. Stansbury. Stansbury,
Ansbury.
Jeffries. Stanton, Jeffries. Stauber, McCarthy. Steele, McCarthy.
Can we travel 2,500 miles back to
Stefanik.
Idaho? Did the one
McCarthy.
roommate hear noises, see someone in a ski mask, then go
McCarthy.
back to sleep? Must
Stubbe,
have been plastered.
McCarthy.
Plastered is a
Stevens.
very good potential
Jeffries.
explanation to this. Why that happened.
Stewart,
That is a very good possibility.
Strickland, Jeffries. Strong, McCarthy. Swalwell, Jeffries. Sykes, Jeffries. Takano, Jeffries.
So
Tenney,
today, let's see. I'm going to do glute kickback machine,
McCarthy.
lat pull down.
Tanadar,
I'm not going to do a standing leg curl, but I will do a machine
Thompson of California.
seated leg curl. Reverse grip pull
Jeffries.
down.
Thompson of Mississippi.
Bear claw, no, crawl, I don't think so.
Thompson of
Let's see.
Mississippi.
What can we replace it with? To do my hamstrings.
Jeffries.
Let's see.
Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. Tiffany.
It looks good.
Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Talib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries.
Go for
Tonko.
hamstrings.
Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries.
I have that
True.
cable deadlift thing.
Jeffries. Turner.
Free motion deadlift.
McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries.
If in a ski mask, how do you
Valadeo.
see the eyebrows?
McCarthy.
If it's a ski mask, how do you see the
Van
eyebrows?
True.
Depends on how the ski mask is designed. Some of them have bigger eye holes than others, so, you know,
McCarthy.
could be. Depending on how the
Van
ski mask is
Dyne.
designed.
McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy.
I'll just delete that completely.
Playtime, playtime, playtime.
McCarthy.
What are we playing?
Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries.
Free motion chest press, free
Watson
motion shoulder
Coleman.
press. No, need a
Jeffries.
free motion deadlift is what I need.
Weber of Texas.
Can you do a cable deadlift?
McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrop. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida.
Since you love workout advice, I'll give you my 2 cents.
Jeffries.
6 days a week.
Wilson
Push,
of South
pull,
Carolina.
legs, repeat, walk on Sunday. If
McCarthy.
you are working the same muscles multiple days
Whitman.
with different moves, waist,
McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yakum.
Since you love workout advice, I'll give you my 2 cents. 6
Zinke.
days a week. Push, pull, legs, repeat. Walk on Sunday. Working the same muscles,
Zinke.
multiple days with different moves, waste of time. Thank you very much for your super chat, which I will completely ignore.
The reading clerk will now call the names of those members-elect who did not answer on the first call of the roll.
McCarthy's getting fewer votes. There's some people not voting.
Allen. McCarthy.
Yeah, McCarthy doesn't
Bishop
have the
of
votes.
North Carolina. Donalds.
For too long, we'll have a Democratic speaker, I'm telling you what.
Donalds. Donalds.
Do a lat pull down and then do a reverse grip pull down. That'd be good.
Fox. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Santos. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sparks. Present. Tiffany. McCarthy. Zinke.
Oh, I don't think
McCarthy.
McCarthy's going to pull out. He has no incentive to pull out. A real Republican never pulls out. Only my couch pulls out.
The inner mouth were numb. The wound felt strange. All the orifices felt like a honeypot. The pool of moisture at her paw were a beginning she would not forget.
Okay, that's interesting. I think I'm going to change it so there's a minimum donation to get the thing red. What should the minimum donation be so it gets a red? Let's start at $5 and see how that works out. Let's see. $5 to have everything red seems like a reasonable threshold. Thank you, by the way, for all the people super chatting and stuff like that. It does always really help. Since this worked yesterday, let's try it again. Please send me a $2 super chat.
Well, unofficially, on the 8th vote for Speaker, the top two numbers did not change. Hakeem Jeffries again at 212. Kevin McCarthy retains 90% of the Republican conference with 201 votes. Few small changes below. Byron Donalds down to 17 votes. Kevin Hern, Republican from Oklahoma in his fourth term, picked up 2 votes, one from Lauren Boebert and the other one from Representative-elect from Oklahoma, Josh Brecheen. Matt Gaetz, once again, Donald Trump, and Victoria Spartz of Indiana, once again, present. So those are the unofficial totals. We're waiting on the official tally in just a minute. You probably saw during that last vote, Kevin McCarthy doing some lobbying on the floor. We have our own cameras in there for the opening of Congress, so we're able to show you some different floor shots. We don't have just the standard house cameras, so it's always a lot of fun when we have our own cameras in there. A couple of tweets that came out during that last vote. Manu Raju of CNN. I just asked Kevin McCarthy about why he can't pick off any of the 20. It's all going to be this way until an agreement comes, Mr. McCarthy said. Asked why it's been so hard for him, McCarthy said, quote, I think it's great if you think it's so hard. When it comes, I want to see what you write. And Manu Raju tweeted another, asked at what point will he make a realization.
Thank you,
that the
Shirori,
outcome
for
won't
the super chat. That's
change.
really cool.
McCarthy
Snark Daddy.
told Manu
Keep doing you,
Raju,
Snark Daddy. You do the best.
after I win.
Aww, with the orange part and cowboy hat.
Don Bacon,
Aww, that shows
Republican,
love.
Nebraska, McCarthy supporter. He has been reported to be working with the Democrats, trying to potentially find a bipartisan speaker candidate. But he sent out a tweet. My office was informed by an agency today that they cannot communicate with my staff regarding active casework because we are not sworn in. The handful holding up the speaker election is not helping Americans, but directly hurting them. And Lauren Boebert, who has not voted for Kevin McCarthy in all.
Thank you for the gift
votes,
memberships
and
very much. I do
led
appreciate those gift memberships. Thank you,
to
Chameleon.
vote for Kevin Hern, tweeted out, we are not making a point, we are making a change. Don't know whether ninth vote is coming up or whether a potential adjournment is coming up, but we're waiting on the official tally of the eighth vote.
Excellent analysis, nerd face.
Thank you, Miriam. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Why does he have such an unnerving effect on me? His overwhelming good looks, maybe?
Just remember,
the
if
way
you're
his eyes blaze at me? The way he strokes his index finger against his lower lip? I wish he'd stop doing that.
Hey, baby. How you doing? Just a reminder that memberships are only 99 cents. Thank you, Robert Malone. Thank you. Appreciate that very much for super chat. Memberships are only 99 cents. They are least Google will let me charge you. I've made them cheap so that they're accessible. So please make sure to do that. It helps the channel grow. It provides a baseline regular supportive income. So it's really helpful.
We're currently awaiting the official results of the eighth speaker vote, looking toward a potential ninth speaker vote. Scott Perry, chair of the Freedom Caucus, Republican from Pennsylvania, who has been an active anti-McCarthy member, is quoted by Olivia Beavers of Politico as saying, "We're not even really talking about a deal." That's what Perry said while heading back to the floor. And John Bresnahan, longtime Washington reporter, now with Punchbowl News, tweets out, Republicans now predicting a ninth roll call vote for Speaker, then try to adjourn. But we'll see what happens.
Mr. Speaker, I nominate Joe Biden to be Speaker. He's obviously good. Let's get him. Come on, man. I nominate Elena Kagan to be speaker. I just start throwing out fun names at this point. That'd be what I'd do as a representative. I just start nominating just random people. Just every time, just nominate someone like completely hot shit. Doesn't matter. Just nominate. Just throw out a name. I nominate Ben Shapiro. Ben, yeah, that'd be my shtick. Just, can the president be speaker? Well, they can't be it at the same time. Have they ever been speaker? I don't think anyone has. I know members of the House and members of the Senate have been president, and I believe at least one president was a member of the Senate, and I believe at least one president was a member of the House after they were president. William Taft, of course, was both president and Chief Justice, so that was pretty cool. Taft was president and Chief Justice. I mean, that's a good shtick, man. I mean, that's a lot of success in your life. You're president, and then you're Chief Justice of the United States for like 20 years. You're welcome, Zeladin. I appreciate covering the affidavit. It laid out a fairly reasonable. Okay. Taft was a smart cookie. I was thinking about doing like a book club thing. I was thinking about like, because I saw Law of Self-Defense doing this, where he was reading a chapter of a book on cross-examination. I thought maybe I could do something similar too, where I'd do a chapter of a book, and maybe it'd be a way for me to like read more books. For me just to read a chapter at a time, and it'd just be Book Club by Kurt, Book Club by Uncivil, chapter 1 of whatever. I nominate the Clerk of the House to be Speaker of the House. She's obviously doing a good job. That was the reason you unsubscribed from Law of Self-Defense? Okay. That stenographer has been stenographing a little while now, I'm just saying. You got blood on the knife though, man. First of all, I shouldn't have left the knife. You shouldn't have left the knife sheath behind. That was a mistake. Thick gloves would have helped a lot. Long sleeve shirt. Thick long sleeve shirt, like thick sweater. You know, thick gloves. Don't leave the knife behind. Don't bring your cell phone. You know, get generic shoes from Walmart or something,
And more news
and then
is
throw them
coming
away
out as
so that
we await
they
the
aren't
official
tied to the
results
crime.
of the 8th ballot for Speaker. It looks like there will be a 9th. Aiden Quigley CQ roll
Yeah.
call tweets out that
Go to a
Steve
Walmart
Scalise
in a
again
completely
said it
like
looks
different
they will
state or
take another
something.
vote
Like go to
instead of
Walmart like
adjourning
30
now.
miles away, pay
We are
cash,
heading to a ninth
get
ballot.
like thick black
And Steve
jeans,
Kornacki, MS,
thick black
NBC,
jeans,
NBC, puts it into context,
like black
saying,
undershirt,
with a ninth
thick
ballot
black sweater or
assured,
something,
this
black
is now
gloves,
tied for the eighth
you know,
longest speaker election
black
in history,
ski cap is a
tying the
good call though, actually, because it
1923
will help
vote that
make you
ended
sure
with
there's no
Frederick
hair left
Gillette
behind,
winning on the
make
ninth
you also
ballot.
harder to identify.
And finally, Kelly McManus, we're
Leave your cell
here
phone
until
behind
at
during the
least tomorrow, and
stabbings.
then we'll see what happens. The Politico reporter was quoting Patrick
If you could
McHenry,
get a
R
like
of North
a
Carolina,
cheap
who
car
told
somewhere
reporters that as he
and then
headed
like
back
crush
into
the car,
talks
that would be good. So
on
it's
the
not tied to
speaker's
you.
race.
Maybe you could pick up
Maggie
like a
Habermas, who
cheap
writes
used
for the
car.
New
It just
York
has to
Times
run.
and has written a biography on
As long as you're committing
President
a murder,
Trump,
right? So
has
like you
tweeted
could
out
we
that
invest in
Trump
this a little bit. Like get
facilitated
yourself
a
a
direct
very cheap
call
ass
between Scott
squid or
Perry
something
and
and crush
Kevin
the car.
McCarthy on
That'd be
Tuesday
good.
night, which he was also on, and he pressed Perry. Perry is part of the negotiations with McCarthy. But
Secondhand store. Secondhand store is a good call.
Times.
That's a good call.
Maggie Haberman goes
Secondhand
on
store is a good
to
call.
tweet that, quote, Kevin is not perfect. Trump has said to one
Ditch all
lawmaker after
posts.
another.
Everything
He
you
has
wore
been making calls
during
but
the
not
crime, just
putting a
throw them
hard
away.
sell on,
Burn them.
even when
Don't
some
keep them around, for
hardliners
God's
have
sake.
told him
So there's
they
no fibers to
would
tie you
vote for
to.
Kevin
And if any blood
McCarthy
got on there,
if he
obviously there's
asked
no
for it.
blood on the fibers. Get rid of everything you wore. But the secondhand store, like a Goodwill or something, is a good call. It's a good call. Belt sheath, yeah, yeah. Do not make a rap video of your crime, no. Bigger shoes, slipped over your actual shoe size. That's a good idea. Larger than shoes than you would normally wear. That works.
I gasp, and all the muscles deep in my belly clench. My inner goddess is doing the dance of the seven veils. Oh my, it's a curious feeling. Once they're inside me, I can't really feel them.
Okay. Don't write a book. If I did, that's a good call. Yeah. So the secondhand store is a good call. Secondhand store is a good call. Pay cash. Pay cash. You go to a couple secondhand stores and buy like one item from each of them. So that makes you like less memorable. You don't buy all the clothing at the same place. That's a good one. So yeah, especially if you're like 6 foot, 185 pounds, you should be able to find clothes at a secondhand store fairly easy. So go to a secondhand store and buy like one item of clothing from each of them. Like a thick black jean is good. Thick black jeans, socks, discount the secondhand shoes, someone else's tread pattern, right? Because someone else has worn those shoes, so it's someone else's tread pattern. That's good. Long sleeve shirt, preferably thick sweatshirt, away for cut or anything. Blood should hopefully get in there. A ski mask is good, so your hair doesn't get lost. Belt, keep the sheath on there. Make sure you don't leave that behind. If you can crush the car, that's great. Smooth-soled shoe, maybe, yeah. Pebble in your shoe to change your walk pattern, maybe.
And we continue to wait for the official result on vote 8 for the speakership.
Don't
Lots of
bring your
tweets
cell phone
coming
with you.
out,
Just leave it at your
sharing
house.
Information. Jeff Zeleny of CNN says that a normally restrained and reliably conservative member from a red state tells me, quote, "We're frustrated as hell. This should not be mistaken for overwhelming love for Kevin, but we can't cave into demands from people who have no interest in governing or
And
any clue
OxyClean is
how to
particularly
do it."
good for getting rid of DNA,
And Representative Andy
even
Biggs,
better
one
than
of the
bleach,
leaders of
incidentally.
the anti-McCarthy movement, Republican of Arizona,
So OxyClean is
tweets,
particularly good for getting
"This
rid of DNA
deliberation is
and
healthy.
breaking down
The
DNA.
House should always be
A
disengaged
used cup from somewhere
instead
else,
of
someone
rubber
else.
stamping all
That'd be
bills
good. You can get that at the
coming through."
secondhand store too. Yard sale. Smaller stores with no security cameras. Don't keep mementos. You got to get rid of everything. You got to get rid of all the clothing that you use. That's the big one. Get rid of all the clothing that you wore, for God's sake. Throw it away. Burn it. Cigarette butts from the butt can at Walmart. Why am I covering this Amway convention? Why not? It's funny. Destroy the murder weapon. If you're going to use a pistol, you can use one that has an interchangeable barrel. Like I know there's many ones that probably do, but Glock is easy enough because you can buy a barrel for a Glock from any number of secondhand providers. You use the drop-in barrel as your murder barrel, and then you swap it back out for the barrel that came with the gun, and throw away the drop-in barrel so that it doesn't tie to the gun. And that's good. Although you might want to consider against the Glock because you'd have to police your brass. Because there might be enough markings on the brass to uniquely tie it to the firing pin. So you might want to consider a revolver instead. And then just ditch the revolver. You can switch out the firing pin on the Glock. You can do that too. Switch out the firing pin. Swap out the extractor.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the State of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the State of Florida has received 17.
What are your thoughts on an electoral college for governor races, especially
The
in largely
Honorable
rural
Kevin Hern
states
of the
dominated
State
by
I don't
a
know.
few
I'm not
major
even sure that would
metro
be
areas?
constitutional, to be quite honest. I hadn't really thought about it.
The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the State of Florida has received 1,
Someone actually voted for
with
Trump. That's
1
hilarious.
recorded as present.
Someone actually voted for Trump. That's
No
hilarious.
member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. The reading clerk will again. From what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Gates did it? That's funny. That's great.
Kevin McCarthy has been our leader for the past 4 years and has overwhelming support within this
I'm getting a
conference.
slice of pizza.
My
Back.
intent today is to address the American people who have been watching these proceedings. My intent today is to address the American people who have been watching these proceedings and are concerned about what they've seen in this chamber over the past 2 days. I am a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and I am proud to say so. I believe the 20 members that have nominated an alternate candidate have expressed their concerns with leadership, and many of those concerns have been addressed and accepted by Leader McCarthy and this conference. I believe this battle we are raging must end. Kevin McCarthy fully understands that being Speaker of the House will not be easy. Kevin is aware that any legislation he would like to pass out of this House will require support and endorsement from the Freedom Caucus. This is where I believe we can hold the Speaker accountable. Kevin has made changes to the House rules at the request of all members. One of those rules changes was the motion to vacate the chair, which Nancy Pelosi removed 4 years ago to avoid the scrutiny and the accountability. The motion to vacate the chair that has not been offered for a floor vote in over 100 years.
This is good stuff,
calls for
guys.
the removal of the Speaker
I'm joining you
of the
from the
House.
void for a little while, so you don't have to watch me
Kevin has
eating.
reinstated the
McCarthy
motion
in
to
charge for
vacate
the last
chair,
4 years
which I
is
believe
precisely
was
the
right
problem.
thing to do.
Stuff it, Nels.
This motion allows us, the Republican
Thank you, Dark
Conference,
Logic. That's
to
good.
hold the Speaker accountable. The American people gave us, my friend.
I don't really have a
us,
strong position on
the
this one, guys.
Republicans,
I
the
don't really
majority,
know
and their vote
who
of
should be the speaker or not. I mean,
confidence to
I
change
like
the
Jim Jeffries
direction
or
of
someone
our
like that, but
country.
he's not running, so
The American people are
I don't
begging for
really
leadership.
know or care.
Because the Biden administration certainly has not placed the American people first. Kevin McCarthy understands. He understands he must protect that Speaker's gavel and abide the will of the American people. The decisions we make in the 118th Congress are critical to the future of our country. The decisions we make, the legislation we pass as a Republican majority must have the support of the American people. We have a crisis on every corner in America, and the American people are expecting Republicans to bring
Chip's a good
this
guy.
much-needed change. We must come together today and implement that change. To those of you outside of Washington that are watching, Kevin McCarthy and this Republican majority understand your pain. We understand your pain. We feel it. We understand we must secure our southern border. We must unleash our energy sector and become energy independent. We must curb inflation by reducing spending,
Ron Paul's in
and we must
the
support
Senate.
our law enforcement officers, folks. We got to get crime under control. We must
Where's
place
Paul Ryan?
America
What's he
and
doing
its
these days?
people first.
Let's get Paul Ryan in there.
And all this, my friends on the Republican side, all this, we can do this, all while holding the Biden administration accountable and the Washington bureaucrats who have infringed and abused the rights of the American people.
And they nominated
and their
Senator for
families
Speaker?
long
I guess.
enough. Under Speaker McCarthy, they will be held accountable. They will be held accountable. So today, let's do what's in the best interests of the American people. Let's get to work. Let's elect Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
Yeah, let's get Paul Ryan.
And at the direction of the Republican Conference.
Let's get Paul Ryan. What's he doing these
I advance
days?
the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker
Or
of the House
what's his name from
for the
South Carolina?
Republican Congress.
Well, retired. Gatney? Let's get him. He's good.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise today to nominate Hakeem
Paul
Jeffries
Ryan is on the
for
board of
Speaker
directors of
House.
The
Fox,
gentleman is recognized.
joined the Brex board of Shine Medical Technology. He's on the faculty of University of Notre Dame as a professor of practice and guest lecturer. He launched a nonprofit called the American
United
Idea
and
Foundation.
Ready to get to work on behalf of the American people under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries. Vote after vote,
Trey
nomination
Gotti.
after nomination.
That's what I was going for. Let's get Trey
Democrats are
Gotti.
United. Just like we were united when we passed the American Rescue
Yeah,
Plan
let's get Trey
to get the
Gotti.
economy back on track. United.
I nominate
when we
Trey
passed the
Gotti.
Infrastructure law to rebuild America.
That'd be fun.
United when we capped insulin at $35, passed historic gun safety
Trey Gotti
legislation,
supports McCarthy.
and passed the PACT Act to help our nation's veterans. United when Democrats passed the CHIPS and Science Act to bring manufacturing back to America. United when Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce our deficit and protect our environment. Democrats are unified to tackle the climate crisis while Republicans are mired in their own leadership crisis. Madam Clerk, House Democrats are ready, willing, and able to get to work for the American people. We will do so under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, who has a plan for the American people. Therefore, as Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, I'm directed by the vote of our caucus to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress, Representative-elect from the state of New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me begin by stating that it is an absolute privilege to be here standing and serving with each and every one of you. I know we have differences of opinions, and I know we have differences of agendas that we would like to pursue, but I will tell you that we all are representing the United States of America in the best fashion that I know that we truly believe in. So thank you, and it is a privilege. When I walk out every evening from the Longworth office building, I will tell you that as I look back on the Capitol with the lights gleaming upon it, that I recognize the honor, the privilege, and the responsibility that each one of us has taken on to be in this place that we are right now, and the obligations that we have to the districts that we represent back home.
All right, I'm back.
It is an incredible privilege.
There's enough pizza.
But it is also an incredible responsibility. And I do not take it lightly, and I know that no one in this room does.
MTG?
We are participating in a system
MTG for speaker?
that has endured 247
That's a choice. How about Sarah Palin?
years, through drought and through flood,
Let's get Sarah
through
Palin.
world wars, and through a civil war. And some way, we return to this place.
I'd definitely just be
year
nominating
after
people
year
for just like,
to
who is the most
serve
absurd person
the
I can
people
nominate now?
of the United
That'd be what
States
I'm
of
doing.
America. But unfortunately, over the past 15 years, the process that we use has been dramatically broken. The voices
George
that were
Santos?
sent here
Yeah.
to equally represent each of the 435 districts across this nation have become diminished. This through the consolidation of power into
Wayne
the hands
Johnson?
of the Speaker and a fortunate few who happen to serve on the Rules Committee, which control every aspect.
At this point, if someone doesn't nominate me,
that
I feel
travels
personally
through this
insulted.
body.
That's all I'm saying. I feel personally insulted not
The
to be
debate
nominated.
and the discussion has been all but eliminated, and the balance of us are left to vote yes or no.
Could you imagine if I actually got elected?
Those are our options.
Like, man,
And that is what has led to the disintegration
the House.
of the relationships that we see across this floor. That is not equal representation, which is guaranteed by our Constitution and expected by our
Maybe if we get enough
constituents.
super chats together, we can
have had
donate
more
them in
discussion
exchange
and
for a
debate
nomination.
over the last 3 days than I have participated in on this floor for the last 2 years. And it's healthy. It absolutely promotes the collegiality that everyone is striving to obtain. We're having discussions not just within our own party, but amongst each other as we walk around and start planning for the legislation that we will need to address over the next 2 years in the 118th Congress, that sooner or later,
Welcome to the Uncivil
Yes,
House, where we speak to the
sooner
misfortune of others.
or later,
Something like that.
we
Could
will
work.
begin to function as. Those are the
I'm putting
good
uncivil laws and appropriation
And
into
guess
the federal
what?
budget, though.
Our constituents think, as they watch us on C-SPAN
It'll be a better
today,
use of federal
that
money
this
than most
is
things.
how
So I mean,
everyday
come on.
functions. They think
I think that's
this
reasonable.
is how every bill gets addressed in this body. And they will be shocked to learn, the ones that you have not disclosed the little nasty secret to, that unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's not how it works
I
around
haven't
this
fixed it on
place.
Twitch.
That under the current rules and under the current
Yeah.
leadership construction, that on
Federally
flying
mandated
days,
super chat, something like that, yeah.
typically Monday at the beginning of the week, the leadership on both sides of the aisle negotiate a number of bills, 15 to 20 pieces of legislation that one Democrat and one Republican stand on this floor.
There are no tanks behind me of any
They
description.
discuss momentarily, and then they say the magic
There are
word
lights sitting under the cabinets,
without objection.
which I like because they help with the
We
color
will
change.
pass this by
Push the button.
unanimous consent.
Yeah.
And there are two people standing on the floor passing pieces of legislation that oftentimes are the naming of buildings that don't really bother anybody or affect one's life, but in many circumstances spend millions and tens of millions of dollars that the taxpayers are obligated to cover. And their
AD, you can always tune to
representative was
C-SPAN
not
directly
even
if you
here
like.
to vote upon it.
I'll turn on closed captioning, at
And
least.
that, my friends, is wrong. It is wrong.
is wrong. Wrong. Grounds.
So yes, we need to have change. We need to fix this broken system. Several of us have taken it upon ourselves to fly in and object to those very bills. Not because we are objecting to the bill, but just to force them to be brought out into the daylight so that everyone can hear about those bills. To force people to come out
I demand
and
that you
vote
do exactly what
up
I
or
want you to
down
do
for those bills.
as a
As
streamer,
their
which includes
constituents
not talking.
believe that they are doing right now. That's just one of the little secrets. And it demonstrates, again, how broken this system is. Last summer, we began to negotiate, a group of us, in good faith, a list of changes, amendments to the rules of this body, not to empower ourselves, not to bring personal benefit to ourselves, but to empower you, and you, and you, Maxine, and you, and you, and everyone sitting in this chamber equally. There's no rules. I did not use anyone's name.
You said Maxine.
Excuse me. Maxine's all right.
Member, direct your remarks to the chair, please.
I will, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you. That is so that everyone will have equal representation. Equal representation for the districts that elected them. These are not radical deviations from the norm. These are a restoration of the rules so that this place can function properly. Things like single subject legislation that most state houses utilize right now so that we don't have 4,000-page documents that we are given a matter of hours to review that are filled with many, many subject matters that are trillions of dollars in cost. Rules like germaneness, so that you can actually bring an amendment forward on the floor as long as it pertains to the bill that was originally being addressed.
Germaneness.
An open rule process, again, so that each individual here can participate in the thing that we were sent here to do, to help collaborate and craft legislation and work together. That is what we were sent here to do. These are common sense amendments that would restore the process and give each of us an equal voice. This is how we're going to secure the border. That everyone now, I do believe, has recognized that there is a problem with. This is how we are going to regain energy dominance again, which is not just an economic issue, it is a national security issue. This is how we are going to reduce the inflation rate, by working together. But we cannot call it working together if you cede all of that power to the hands of a few. Hoping for this change will not create this change. And change is uncomfortable.
How long does this procedure usually take? Well, for the last 100 years, it's taken one vote.
Unachievable. And we must.
So we're in vote 9
in this broken system.
So how long does this how long does this process usually take? 20 minutes.
The current leadership that is in place will continue and support the use of earmarks in this body. And that is the golden trail to corruption. The golden trail to corruption. It is a way to buy votes and spread money around this body from places outside of this city that leads to bad legislation and bad decisions. The current leadership, I was told, I should not be so concerned with these suspension bills that get passed every week, because now
Be over by
they have made
13th.
an
That's
amendment.
payday.
We keep hearing about these
I don't know,
amendments
ma'am.
and the concessions that were made.
I don't know.
The concession was that they will not ask for anything to be suspended that costs more than $100 million. Now, I don't know about the neighborhoods that you live in, but the neighborhood that I live in, $100 million is a lot of money. And my constituents expect me to vote upon $100 million bills and $80 million bills and $10 million bills so that they know what in the world is in them and what is going on. And they do not
currently in the
expect
bills.
them to be passed
Enough super chats
by
for Uncivil
unanimous
Law.
consent with no one on the floor. I made a living developing property. And as many of you probably know, it takes a while to take a piece of ground from bare earth to a community. And my mother, God rest her soul, came out to one of my projects. And I had just opened it up. And it had been 2 years since the time I had bought the property. And by the time we went out, I had a nice entrance built, and the streets were built, and the street lights were there, and they were just starting
Well,
to build
they
homes.
all were just elected.
And she said, "My goodness, Matthew,
They
you
all
must
were just elected.
really,
None of
really
them.
be pleased
Well, I guess none of them
to
are getting
finally
good.
see your project coming up out of the ground." And I said, "No, Mom, actually, I'm pleased that everyone else can see it, because I sold it 2 years ago when I first walked out there."
What's he
Well,
talking
I have
about
a
now?
vision for this place, that we can restore regular order so that each of us may have the ability to represent our districts and our constituents equally as we move through this process. And then again, at that time, we will be able to call it truly the people's house again. I have been here just 2 years, and I have watched Byron Donalds during that time and previously as he proudly served in the Florida legislature. And I can tell you this, he's a man of intellect, he is a man of integrity, and he is a man that I am proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
I'm not 100% sure what that speech was about, but
The reading clerk will call the roll. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin Hearn as Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have been accused of not having a plan. Well, we've presented many plans and are even presenting 2 plans simultaneously right now for Speaker of the People's House. I sat in my chair anticipating to vote for Byron Donalds, whom I respect, whom I see as a leader. And there was a gut check that said, we need someone that is going to convince my colleagues on this side of the aisle that it's time to get going. It's time to build momentum. Many of you have said it. You see that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes.
is Lauren
You
Burbert
are
single?
He's not going to get there. We have the votes for him.
I think she's the kind of
I
crazy
can't
I need in my
produce those
life.
anymore.
Is she available?
The colleagues that I brought with me to offer those 218 votes on the first ballot aren't there anymore. It is not
Hey, baby.
happening. And
I'd like to move to your Colorado 3rd.
We need to get to a point where we
Damn
start
it, she's married?
evaluating what life after Kevin McCarthy looks like. America doesn't want more talk, and I'm going to keep my speech a little short. They want action. I'll take that. I want to get to work too. America is tired of rhetoric and they want results. This isn't chaos. This is a constitutional republic at work. I'm a mom of 4 boys.
Hey, baby.
I know what chaos and dysfunction
How'd you like
looks
to talk
this
about
is actually a really beautiful thing to be here with all of my colleagues debating. Just as the gentleman from Montana said, we have not experienced this in the 2 years that we have served here in Washington, D.C. This is the most debate that has taken place, and I love it. I love the conversations that are going on the floor, in the cloakroom, in the halls.
Let's
There's
get
nothing
it
extreme,
on.
there's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right.
Oh, let's get it on now,
As my
baby.
conservative colleagues and I have stated time and time again, Congress is broken and fundamentally needs change. I'm here to get this right.
He's a
We
mom
need
of
a
4
leader
boys.
that
We
is
can
not
make it 5.
of the broken system. Someone who is not beholden to the lobbyists, but to the people who sent us here. Someone who can unite our party. And most importantly, someone who can deliver on the promises that we have all made to the American people. I believe that there are many people on the floor today that can do just that. I've voted for my friend Jim Jordan. I've voted for my friend Byron Donalds. I'm voting for Kevin Hearn, the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Hearn went from rags to riches, and like myself and many other members, is a small business owner. He has lived the American dream. He's a father, a family man, and as Kevin likes to say, he's a conservative, but he's not mad about it. We can have a happy warrior leading us. I understand that threats have been made about committee assignments, that you won't receive committee assignments if you do not vote for Kevin McCarthy. That is true. It happened in conference, and that is exactly what we were told. But we don't govern in fear. We govern for the people on principle. Don't be afraid to do the right thing. I believe that Kevin Hearn is a unifier. He just received the chairman of the Republican Study Committee by unanimous consent. This is the largest caucus in our conference. Look how many people have already put their trust in Kevin Hearn to lead them. I get asked by my constituents, where does this go? Who can unify the party? Who can deliver results? Representative Kevin Hearn can do just that, and I am proud to enter his name into the nomination, and I hope that some of you join me. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'll vote for Hearn, baby. You got my vote.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
On the 9th vote for Speaker, my true love bring to me a nomination for Representative Hearn. 9th vote for Speaker, the woman in pink called the roll.
Adams.
1 Mr. Adams.
Adderholt.
1 Mr. Adderholt.
McCarthy. Aguilar.
1 Mr. Aguilar.
Alford.
1 Mr. Alford.
McCarthy. Allen.
1 Mr.
McCarthy.
Allen. 5 golden rings.
Jeffries. Amadei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. Arrington. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy.
For the 420 of you currently watching, thank you for being part of the stream. Don't forget to hit the like button. Make sure you're still subscribed. And did you know you can become a member for 99 cents?
McCarthy. Barragan. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bent. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries.
If I sing, use autotune.
Bergman.
Aww.
McCarthy. Byer. Jeffries.
I have a good voice.
Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Hearn. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. McCarthy.
You have a great voice. Thank you, Daniel.
Burkeen. Hearn.
I love you, baby. In my heart, I love you, baby.
Brownlee.
Bring it tight, I love you, baby. Want to be here with you.
Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett.
Oh, Don Baca, that's
McCarthy.
mean. I thought my singing was
Burgess.
nice.
McCarthy.
Murr.
Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries.
Is your uncle here? Your uncle here?
McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Costa. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw.
No, you don't have to be a representative to
McCarthy.
Speaker of the House. No. It can be anybody.
Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries.
Yeah, they have to get a majority of the voters, the majority of the
Cuellar.
vote. No one's got a majority yet. So
Cuellar.
keep trying.
Curtis.
If they all show up, you need 218.
Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson.
Yeah, 218 is the number.
McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette.
Yeah, Jillian, it's a problem
Jeffries.
with Google bouncing people. That's why I say
Dela Cruz.
not. That's why I say not ironically during
McCarthy.
streams. I was like, check to make sure that you're still subscribed because
DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio.
did
Jeffries.
Pelosi and Ryan win with
DeSaulnier.
216?
Jeffries.
Well, I think
Deschanel. McCarthy. Diaz-Pasito.
can someone from
McCarthy.
the Senate be Speaker of the House? I don't know at the same time.
Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Doggett. Donalds. Donalds.
Thank you. Appreciate that reality,
Duarte.
Mo.
McCarthy.
It's a majority of people voting.
Duncan.
Those 218 if everyone votes.
McCarthy.
I think everyone's
Dunn
voted so
of
far.
Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshoo. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell, McCarthy, Fallon, McCarthy,
House is in order enough. It's in order enough. Just keep calling the roll.
Finstra, McCarthy, Ferguson, McCarthy, Finstad, McCarthy, Fischbach, McCarthy, Fitzgerald, McCarthy, Fitzpatrick, McCarthy, Fleischman, McCarthy, Fletcher, Jeffries, Flood, McCarthy, Foster, Jeffries, Fushi, Jeffries, Fox,
Jillian, how long you been
Fox,
how long you been watching the channel, Jillian?
Lois Frankel, Jeffries, C. Scott Franklin, McCarthy, Frost, Frost, Jeffries, Fry, McCarthy, Fulcher, McCarthy, Gates,
There's no limit to the number of rounds they could go. They keep going until they get a result.
Gallagher, McCarthy, Gallego,
Gallego, Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, let me
Jeffries.
go.
Garamendi, Jeffries, Garbarino, McCarthy, Mike Garcia, McCarthy, Robert Garcia, Jeffries, Garcia of Illinois, Jeffries, Garcia of Texas, Jeffries, Jimenez, McCarthy, Golden of Maine, Jeffries, Goldman of New York.
Will the House be in order?
Jeffries, Gomez, Gomez, Tony Gonzalez, McCarthy, Vicente Gonzalez, Jeffries, Good of Virginia, Donalds, Gooden of Texas,
Yeah, Gates pulled his Trump
McCarthy.
vote. Yeah. Disappointing.
Gosar, Donalds, Gottheimer, Jeffries, Granger, McCarthy, Graves of Louisiana, McCarthy, Graves of Missouri,
What happens if they never reach 218?
McCarthy,
Well, 2 years from now,
Green
they'll
of
have a new
Tennessee.
election and a new House will be elected, and I guess we'll try again. Mass
Green of
316 gives
Tennessee.
$20. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you, Mass 316.
Green of Texas,
Just say the name. Just say the name.
I am on the edge
Just
of
say
my
the name.
seat. Beloved you are.
Jeffries,
Just say the name.
Green of Georgia, McCarthy, Griffith, McCarthy, Grijalva, Jeffries, Grothman,
Uncivil law
McCarthy, Guthrie,
of Texas.
McCarthy, Hageman, McCarthy, Harder of California, Jeffries, Harris, Donalds, Harshbarger, McCarthy, Hayes,
Aw, Jillian, I'm sorry to hear that.
Jeffries,
Yeah, with logging out, logging in, win. Why the disdain for McCarthy? I don't have any particular disdain for McCarthy.
Higgins of Louisiana,
I don't have a particular disdain for McCarthy.
McCarthy,
Are you asking me why other people have disdain for
Higgins
McCarthy?
of New York,
Some people don't like
Jeffries.
McCarthy because he voted in favor of
Hill.
impeachment. That he suggested that Trump was
Himes.
being supported by the
Jeffries.
Russians. He bought into the
Henson.
Russian collusion stuff really early on.
McCarthy, Horsford,
That he's too
Jeffries.
establishment. That he's
Townshend.
too.
McCarthy,
That he's not.
Houlihan,
Strong enough.
Jeffries, Hoyer, Jeffries, Hoyle of Oregon, Jeffries, Hudson, McCarthy, Huffman, Jeffries, Huizinga, McCarthy, Hunt, McCarthy, Issa, McCarthy, Ivy, Jeffries, Jackson of Illinois, Jeffries, Jackson of North Carolina, Jeffries, Jackson of Texas, McCarthy, Jackson Lee,
I need to wash my car. After this vote's over, I'm going to go
Jeffries.
wash my car. I'm going to the
Jacobs.
drugstore, and then I'm going to go work out.
Jeffries, James, McCarthy, Jayapal, Jeffries, Jeffries,
Jeffries votes for himself. Yeah. Applaud because the man voted for himself. How brave.
Johnson of Georgia, Jeffries, Johnson of Louisiana,
Is there a
McCarthy,
top out of how many times they can do the
Johnson
vote?
of
Nope.
Ohio,
Nope, it goes on until they get it. This goes on forever.
Johnson of Ohio, McCarthy, Johnson of South Dakota, McCarthy, Jordan, McCarthy, Joyce of Ohio, McCarthy, Joyce of Pennsylvania,
Why keep taking votes and assuming things will change? There's no real alternative. What's the alternative?
Kim Lager Dove,
I guess they could adjourn.
Jeffries, Captor, Jeffries,
Yeah, I think 133 is
King
the
of New
record.
Jersey, McCarthy, Keating,
Why keep taking the votes and
Jeffries.
assuming things will change? It is
Kelly
a bad
of
process.
Illinois,
It's just no
Jeffries.
alternative. No one thought to
Kelly
write an
of
alternative
Mississippi.
because normally this doesn't happen.
McCarthy,
So we're
Kelly
stuck.
of Pennsylvania, McCarthy, Khanna, Jeffries, Kiggins of Virginia, McCarthy,
Jillian
Kilby,
says you got into law tube with Rittenhouse.
Jeffries.
I was asking specifically my channel just because I don't
Kylie.
remember your name. That's
McCarthy.
why. But maybe you've been around
Kilmer.
longer. I was just thought maybe you were a
Jeffries.
relatively new member. I was just trying to say welcome.
Kim of
Glad you're
California,
here. So I was wondering how long you've been on my channel, or at
Kim
least been
of
in my lives, because I'm
California.
didn't remember seeing her name in chat
Kim
as
of
much.
New
but
Jersey.
Maybe I'm just an idiot.
Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer.
Good luck is a feature, not a bug. Yeah.
Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy.
Can you run errands while I stay live? Not really, because there's no way for me to stop the stream if
Lloyda.
things change. And also, the C-SPAN thing will eventually close if I'm not here.
LaGoyda. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman.
Will the House be in order?
Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries.
Who here's joined the channel and say the
Larson
last
of Connecticut.
month?
Jeffries.
Just out of raw curiosity.
Latta.
Why don't you put a 1 in chat if you've
McCarthy.
been here, if you're new in the last
LaTurner.
month. Give you a little welcome to the channel shout out.
McCarthy.
It's nice.
Lawler.
Give you a little welcome to channel shout out. Give me a little 1 if you joined the channel in the last
McCarthy.
month.
Lee of California.
Mr. Gexer, thank you for coming. Phil, hi, how are you doing?
Lee of Florida.
Thank you for being here.
McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez.
New to my channel.
Jeffries.
Yeah, new to the channel. People have joined the channel in the last
Lesko.
one. Not necessarily new
McCarthy.
members, just people who are new to the channel.
Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries.
Lady Ann says you're new here with the
Lou.
purple scales. I don't know
Jeffries.
about that, man. I'm not sure
Lofgren.
that's how that works.
Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy.
Joe Kansas, thank you for
Lukemeyer.
joining the channel,
McCarthy.
being part of the channel.
Luna.
Wise Angel, thank you for becoming an uncivilian.
Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy.
Bobo says, I think Kurt was around 40,000
Magaziner.
subs when I got here. So that would have been
Jeffries.
about
Maliotakis. McCarthy.
a year ago, give or take.
Mann.
I'm a little more than
McCarthy.
that, maybe.
Manning. Jeffries.
February?
Massey.
Question?
McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui.
Matsui.
Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy.
I got a little bit of a fan club. I got a few fans, Peter. I got a few fans.
McCarthy.
What is an uncivil law? It's just a play on words, really. About how the law deals with uncivil things and people behaving uncivil.
McCall.
Lee?
McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock.
Trish, you've only been here a year? It feels a lot
McCarthy.
longer than that. Trish is
McCollum.
you're a very valuable member of this channel.
Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy.
I hope this becomes a Brooks-Sumner affair, i.e. the canning
Garvey.
of Charles Sumner.
Jeffries. McGovern.
That's cool.
Jeffries.
You're gonna buy the
McHenry.
membership someday when you can afford the 99 cents?
McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez.
I don't have any knowledge of how Stephanie's doing in the studio.
Jeffries. Mean. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois.
What the business? What the business? What
Donald.
the business? Originally on there, thank you.
Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama.
I'm definitely going to just start nominating random people.
Moore
I'll
of
tell you what.
Alabama.
Write up some speeches for random people I'm nominating.
McCarthy. Moore of Utah.
All the lawful
McCarthy.
law and grounds, what the business?
Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy.
Who does Kurt want?
Morelli.
Oh, for speaker? I'd like
Jeffries.
Jim Jordan would
Moskowitz.
be good. Or
Jeffries.
Chip Roy would be good.
Moulton.
Or Gates could be
Jeffries.
good, maybe.
Mervan.
Or
Jeffries.
who else is available? Who'd be
Mullen.
good?
Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy.
Yeah.
Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy.
Warren folded McCarthy when he offered chair of the House
Newhouse.
Judiciary. I can't blame him. It's a better
McCarthy.
gig, probably, to be chair of the
Nichols.
House Judiciary Committee, to be quite honest.
Jeffries.
It's a better gig. You got a lot of
Norcross.
supervisory authority. You can
Jeffries.
conduct hearings and,
Norman.
you know,
Donald.
stuff. It's arguably a better gig.
None of Iowa. McCarthy.
Do I have the soundboard? Sure, I still have the soundboard.
Obernolte.
I don't use it as much, but I still have it.
McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens.
It gets old quickly? Yeah, maybe.
Owens. Hello.
These days, I just use it basically if I want to change to singing voice so that I can sing properly. Sing,
Owens.
sing a
song. Hello.
Make it simple
Jeffries.
to last the whole night long.
McCarthy.
It's about the only reason I use it these days.
Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarel. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy.
Steve Scalise? Yeah, it could be
Perez.
Steve Scalise.
Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter.
Scalise. You're right. There's a silent E.
Jeffries.
Steve Scalise. You're right.
Posey. McCarthy.
Demographics
Presley.
mostly American. I could double check. I've got nothing better to do. Let's take a look at my
Jeffries.
demographics.
Quigley.
Let's see.
Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin.
We got
Jeffries.
channel intellects that would help.
Reschenthaler.
Let's see. The audience
McCarthy.
is
Rogers of Washington. McCarthy.
70% United States,
Rogers of
6.5% UK, 6% Canadian,
McCarthy.
2.7% Australia, 1% Germany, and then other.
Rogers of Kentucky.
It is 49.5% female and 50.4% male, so
Rose.
split right down the middle.
McCarthy.
Um,
Rosendale.
age demographics: 2.7% 18 to 24 years, 19.3%
Ross.
25 to 34 years,
Jeffries.
26.7% 35 to 44,
Rouser.
21.9
McCarthy.
45 to
Roy.
54,
Donalds.
55 to 64 years is 18.3%, 65 plus 11.1%.
Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford.
And
McCarthy. Ryan.
subscribers in the last
Jeffries.
28 days has been down
Salazar.
146, which is not bad. And I think we've just kind of
Salazar.
stalled out on our growth for the moment, which is, you know, to be expected.
Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez.
What's interesting, it's interesting that my male female
Jeffries.
split like right down the middle. That's really interesting.
Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes.
The headphones are
Jeffries.
Sennheisers. These are old
Scalise.
ones. These are Sennheiser
McCarthy.
HD 590s. I've had these headphones
Scanlon.
for
Jeffries.
like 25 years.
Chakowski.
And they work great.
Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Snyder. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries.
You need a gavel emoji back?
Swinehurt.
I didn't know it went
McCarthy.
anywhere.
Austin Scott. Austin Scott.
I'll create one for you.
David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy.
How do I create?
Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Cheryl. Cheryl.
Emojis.
Simpson.
Do we not have a gavel emoji?
McCarthy. Slotkin.
I guess we don't.
Jeffries.
All right, I'll create one.
Smith of Missouri.
No, we have the guide with the
McCarthy.
gavel.
Smith
that
of
emoji.
Nebraska. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries.
Want just a hammer? Let's see what I can do.
Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Spanberger. Sparks. Sparks. Stansberry. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus.
I'm going straight to
Jeffries.
hell, just like
Talib.
my mama said. Man, I'm tired. I don't know if I'm gonna make the gym or
Jeffries.
not.
Takuda. Jeffries. Takano. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy.
Screw the gym.
Underwood.
Isometric exercises in your
Jeffries.
chair. Well, thank you for the
Valadao.
unsolicited voice of my exercise, which, as
McCarthy.
always, I will ignore.
Van Drew. McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg.
Mr. McCarthy.
McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters.
I'm glad I turned your mood around, spiritual healer. No one cares. Just say the name. Just say the name. Order! Order!
Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman.
Beefish.
Westerman.
Beefish.
McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yackham. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did
Ty
not
for all you
answer
do
the
and for
first
being
call
honest,
of the
down to
roll.
earth, vulnerable at times, and your knowledge, intelligence and comedy you bring to every stream. Folded
Well, thank you.
hands,
That's
light
very, very
skin
nice.
tone heart with ribbon.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Arrington. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Costa. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries.
Yeah, Chris Dodd, that's exactly what it means. They can't do anything until they elect a speaker.
Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds.
McCarthy at 195.
Gomez. Jeffries. Green of
McCarthy
Tennessee.
at one. Doesn't he break 200 for McCarthy? Wow.
McCarthy. Grothman. McCarthy.
That's one of the reasons I can't just walk away and leave it streaming when I'm not here. You never know what's going to happen when you're not here.
McCarthy.
I don't know why C-SPAN does that. I don't know.
Salazar.
C-SPAN YouTube feed? Yeah. I think
McCarthy. Austin Scott.
No, that's him.
McCarthy.
McCarthy does get his 201. This is not the C-SPAN YouTube feed. This is straight from cspan.org.
Sherrill. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries.
I hate to make you, Simon says, do as I
Sparks.
say. Underscore
Present.
Fishby. Brings greatest joy to my uncivil orange heart.
Underscore Fishby. Love it.
Yep.
If there are any members-elect who do not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Push the button. Push the button. Push the button. Yeah. Ooh, Blondie down on the well of the house with a big ass telephoto. Who's Blondie? Visual house photographer. Oh, that makes sense. I wonder how you get that job.
Three days, 3 votes per day, and now on the 9th vote, the same results as the 7th and 8th when it comes to the top numbers. Kevin McCarthy, 201 votes. He topped out at 202 votes on the first day. Hakeem Jeffries holds the Democrats with 212. Byron Donalds, 17 votes again. And Representative Kevin Hern, Republican of Oklahoma, now has 3 votes. Josh Brasheen, a fellow Oklahoman, Lauren Boebert, and Matt Gaetz all voted for him. And again, Victoria Spartz of Indiana voted present. So that's the 9th vote, unofficial results. We're waiting for the official tally here. And a potential 10th vote is possible. Adjournment is possible.
Whoa,
we don't know.
That was really loud.
So,
Wow, if I really get right up to the mic like that, wow.
Tweets. Sarah
This is
Ferris,
deep
Politico.
mic.
One of McCarthy's holdouts, Representative Dan Bishop, just told reporters that our questions are building the anxiety of the American people, that something's wrong. Instead, he said the lengthy process ought to be celebrated.
That's why I have this cover
And Eric Wasson
me from
of
doing that.
Bloomberg says that dissidents in the secret meeting are increasingly closed-lipped. Usually that means a deal is close. Now, it's been reported that a lot of the closed-door meetings are being held in Republican Whip Tom Emmer of Minnesota's office. And finally, this news from Jake Sherman of Punchbowl. The McCarthy opponents have not picked up a single vote so far today. McCarthy is stuck in the low 200s with 90% of the Republican conference. Some McCarthy allies think a deal with the opponents is close. At the same time, they aren't sure they can adjourn. So that's as much as we know at this point. This is live coverage on C-SPAN. Now, it's 4:30 in the afternoon. Congress has been in for 4.5 hours today. If you have to step away, you can always go mobile with C-SPAN with our C-SPAN Now app. And you can watch all of this as you go about your day away from your television. And if you've noticed, a lot of the camera angles that we are showing are different than the usual house cameras. It's because C-SPAN on opening days of the past several Congresses has been allowed to have its cameras and control its own cameras in the chamber. And that's why you're seeing these different views of the floor and different members gathering, et cetera, et cetera. So it's because these are C-SPAN cameras that are being used by us and the other networks. This is live coverage of the opening of the 118th Congress on C-SPAN.
Why did vote disappear? Someone changed their vote, or they corrected the count, or something. Like, it's not an official count, so they announced it from the floor. It's not official. It's just, I don't know. Maybe someone changed their vote, or they messed up the count somewhere or something. I don't know. Four 383. Yeah, I think that was the count last time too. Yeah, I think he gave 433 voting last time as well. Tip O'Neill, that's an old name. And I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I said, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, now what's going on? I try. Oh my God, do I try? Try the time for revolution.
And we're still waiting on the official announcement of the results of the 9th vote for Speaker. You may notice that Kevin McCarthy's votes dropped from 201 to 200. Turns out that Ken Buck, Republican of Colorado, who has voted consistently for Kevin McCarthy, did not vote. We do not know why Mr. Buck did not vote, but if we find out, we will certainly share that with you. Reporter Billy House, Representative Patrick McHenry, a key emissary for McCarthy in talks with his
and Tova said back to spam. Oh my God!
Closed-door
critics everywhere.
late
Critics.
Thursday afternoon declaring,
So many
quote,
critics.
I
Man.
think we'll get there in a deal to secure McCarthy's bid for Speaker. I can at least see the end, according to Representative McHenry. I think we have the right contours that enable us to get Kevin McCarthy to have a majority vote. And that is from Billy House of Bloomberg.
So many critics. I mean, it is Thursday. I'm supposed to take Thursdays off working out anyway. Oh, Orange Heart? Good map. What's that emoji? It's a dragon painting I have on my wall. But I'd add it to the list. The dragon. Doesn't look very good in small though, but I tried.
Well, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, Ken Buck, Republican of Colorado, McCarthy supporter, did not vote in this last round. Chad Pergram is reporting that Ken Buck is traveling to a medical appointment. He is now out tonight and most of the day tomorrow. We have some other news. Kevin Hern, Republican of Oklahoma, who got 3 votes, Lauren Boebert nominated him. It turns out that Mr. Hearn's mom died this week, and Olivia Beavers of Politico is saying that the funeral is on Saturday, and if votes go through weekend, he will miss them. And one other personnel news, Rep-elect Wesley Hunt, Republican of Texas, just elected in November. His wife just gave birth. Haven't heard if he will actually miss votes, but his name is being raised. So some potential conflicts if this voting continues.
His wife is busy giving birth to his child. He's like, can't make it out. They gotta vote for. We gotta do this vote thing. Really, Crane? What happens if they miss a vote? They're just not there to vote. Changes the number you need to win. I need to go to the drugstore today and get some more caffeine at a bare minimum. I'm out. I need it desperately. Yeah, voting present doesn't change the vote required. Whoa, halfway there. Whoa. Living on a perfect world. Well, I think I'm gonna end the stream. I'm about ready to crash. I need to go to the store before I just die. So I'll do that. I'll go to the store while it's still out so I can wash my car and shit
some
too.
of the
My car's
Republican
dirty.
McCarthy dissenters. You can see Representative Miller.
So I'm going to sign off for now. This has been fun. I hope you learned something.
Rep-elect Luna of Florida. Both have voted for either Byron Donalds or Jim Jordan or one of the alternatives.
What else do I have coming up? I have a video dropping today at 6:15 p.m. Central.
Writes for Politico. He's up on the
It's
Hill
about
as well.
doctors taking bribes in
And
San
we
Antonio.
just heard GOP leader
And
Steve Scalise
then
tell
this weekend I'm going to film some
that he
shit.
thought we'd have another
And
speaker vote today, which would be the 10th. But would
try this
we
video
be here
husky
through
thing
the
and see if that will
weekend?
work.
Quote, that's yet to be
For me.
determined, according to Majority Leader Scalise. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who you've seen on the floor quite a bit if you're a Congress watcher. She is well known for her President Trump connections, and she has been a supporter of Kevin McCarthy consistently throughout these 9 votes. And she has tweeted out, good things are coming, hold a little longer.
All right, I guess we'll watch this. end.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the State of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the State of California has received 200. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the State of Florida has received 17. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the State of Oklahoma has received 3, with 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
Well, that's not definitely do it for me, guys. I'm not doing this again. It's been fun. It's been real. Click your subscribe stuff, join the channel, all the rest of it. Love ya. Bye.